What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. What if we stay here, pretend there's nothing else? I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. I feel the endorphins keep rushing in, rushing in. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. Yeah, my mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that rain. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up, yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Don't you see we're not the same?
cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, break the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where it's at, crank the volume, crank the. We know where it's at, break the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. Cancel all your plans because this party won't. Cancel all your plans because this party won't. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. Party won't. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes?
How is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new DirectX 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor and there's a new feature called DirectX 2 which I think you should use. I'm using premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side or Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when DirectX 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.
Game changers.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
Ready?
What's up, bro? Welcome back. You guys just secured playoffs. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First off, I want to know about Haven. You guys were 10-2 at half, and then boom, start making comeback. They are playing a comp that is a little bit more suited to the attack side. If I can take credit, it's a comp that I helped to develop. How did it feel to play the defense side and they were trying to come back at you guys?
저희는 뭐 사실 이렇게 큰 스코어에서 역전하지가 않은 스코어를 따라잡힌 적이 많아가지고 그냥 저희는 뭐 아직도 이기고 있어 괜찮아 이런 느낌으로 했던 것 같아요.
Is there anyone specific in the team that is important to keep the vibes good, keep you guys believing, or is all of you guys just together?
제가 제일 팀에서 멘탈 케어를 제가 제일 잘해주는 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 이제 팀원들이 이제 샷 미스나 뭐가 났을 때도 그냥 아 이러고 있으면 아 괜찮아 괜찮아 야 다음 거 하면 돼 다음에 잘 쏘면 돼 이런 식으로 계속 말해줘서 제가 제일 잘해주는 것 같습니다.
I saw you also get very excited and show a lot of emotion. as well is something some players don't show as much emotion. Some people enjoy showing a lot of emotion. For you, it seems like you and the team are having a lot of fun as well on stage. Does that really help you guys also to play better?
저희도 어센션이라는 곳에 처음 와봐가지고 다 들떠 있는 상태로 하는데 다 기죽지 않고 전부 다 이렇게 들떠 있으니까 하나도 축 처지지 않고 정말 도움이 많이 되는 것 같긴 해요, 게임에서.
That is something that I did notice in your first match. You guys look at times a little bit nervous. I see a little bit more mistakes from you guys than what I saw before in Challengers. Do you guys feel like you were a little bit more nervous at the start and you're becoming more used to the stage and more comfortable? Because I think the level you guys played at today is the highest level you guys have played at Ascension so far.
동의하는 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 저희가 처음에 여기 왔을 때는 좀 적응하기 힘들어가지고 말리고 조금 NKT한테도 좀 부진한 모습 보였는데 조금 한두 판 해보더니 이제 다 적응을 해가지고 조금 스크림다운 게임이 나온다 해야 되나? 네, 그런 거 좀 적응 잘 돼가고 있는 것 같아요.
Then something last time when we talked, you mentioned that this felt a little bit like a popular Korean quiz show.
나라 퀴즈쇼 아니지?
So now we will do that. I will ask you those questions now.
Okay, come
Okay.
on.
Okay,
Okay.
only one question.
Only one? Okay.
Only one. So who is the most overrated player here at Ascension?
아. 아니 전부 다를 모르는데 누구 있지? 이들.
Oh, you're counting? Many?
Oh,
so many overrated?
No.
To make it maybe even a little bit more spicy, is that you guys do have that rivalry we talked about last time with Nongshim. If you want to mention who is the most overrated player on Nongshim.
혹시 역질문해도 되나요? RRQ 감독님이 생각하시는 농심의 과대평가 선수는?
Persia.
Persia?
Yeah. Easy answer because he's not on the team. See, you need to think smart.
Okay.
You need to think smart. You need to get around the question.
엑스로스가
엑스로?
아닌가. 예.
Overrated.
엑스로스가 이제 휴식기를 가지기 전에 이제 저희 챌린저스에서 와, 이 선수는 퍼시픽 가서도 무조건 잘할 거고 뭐 얘는 무조건 성공할 것이다 이렇게 얘기가 말이 나왔는데 1년 쉬고 나서는 뭐 안 되는 것 같아서 그냥 엑스로스가 제일 농심에서 과대평가를 받고 있다고 생각합니다.
So Sunset, you guys are playing an interesting comp with Jet, Yoru, and Chamber together, and it's something when I saw the comp, okay, attack seems fine, but the defense could get very interesting because you don't have a lot of stopping power, and then because of no stopping power or little stopping power, how important is it to have the operator to be able to kill and to multi-frag? Because no Vice, no Cypher, no Fate, right? How to defend?
Yeah, just aim.
Just aim, just shoot.
Yeah, just shoot.
And attack side, also just shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, easy. I like that. Okay. So your next match is in 2 days. Well, how do you think that game will go? Because that game, if you win that game, you're secured top of your group. Are you guys going to be hiding some strat? You going full power? What are you doing for motive?
저희는 상대를 리스펙하기 때문에 전략 숨기는 거 없이 그냥 온전히 때릴 거고 어차피 이길 거라 보기 때문에 전략을 안 숨겨도 모든 팀은 이길 수 있어서 상관없다고 봅니다.
Thank you very much. Congratulations with playoffs. We'll see you guys in playoff and good luck with motive in 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to VCT ASCENSION Pacific. You are on desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and with Morgan, and we are just a few days away from playoffs, a few days away from Bangkok as the group stages draw to a close. In fact, we will be closing Group Alpha, I believe, today, Morgan, and it's been, I believe, the most competitive Ascension yet. Maybe across all the regions as well, because we've been even like throwing some of our favorites into the danger zone with just how competitive the matches have been.
I mean, it's been crazy so far. We've seen wild upsets, we've seen big comebacks, we've seen crazy overtimes, and this is unpredictable in every sense of the word. Nobody's pick'ems are correct for this tournament. That's a grand total of 0. So literally nobody in the world had any idea it was going to play out like this. That's exactly where we're at. Like you say, we do know the teams moving forward to the playoffs, but now it's about fighting for that top seed, the number 2 seed, which lets you move into the upper bracket. If you finish third in your group, you don't get that extra life. This could be very crucial moving forward deep into the playoffs. So still a lot on the line for these teams who want to give themselves as big of an advantage as they can as they move into the playoffs.
Exactly. And you know, just on that line where it gets a little bit, it gets a little bit tight is Nongshim Red Force, and we have currently Motive. So today's matches are going to be very, very interesting, as well as tomorrow's for Group Omega. It's definitely, I mean, of course, you always want that leg up, right? In any tournament, you want to make sure you have that safety net underneath you, because it also changes the way you play, especially since we're going into that big stage with an audience, with a different setup altogether. You want to make sure that everything is working for you. And of course, if you are in the upper bracket, you're offered that little bit of, slack to be able to adjust on your first match.
Yeah, I think it just protects you from a bad day. If you start down in that lower bracket, we've seen a lot of these teams have sort of swingy performances where, very few teams are on every single map. Everybody's lost maps at this point in the tournament. So what it does mean is if you start in that upper bracket, you can afford a bad day. Then you have time to reflect, review, learn from your mistakes. If you start in that lower bracket, you can't make those mistakes, which adds even more pressure as you move forward. You just want that extra time. You want that extra little bit of safety, and I mean, these teams will be fighting for it here today. Just opening up with Motive versus SLT. It's still possible for both of them to finish at the very top of this group, depending on results. And then later on today, Miko, we've got Boom versus E-King.
That is absolutely right. And as we saw in the standings earlier, right, we have SLT actually top of Group Alpha and Group Omega. We do have Velocity, which was that's a big surprise for everybody, but they've been playing a very, very, they've been looking amazing. They've been playing very, very steady games. And on the side of Group Alpha, we have Motive and we have Boom now competing for that slot. It's scary to think that we could actually have Boom Esports that had their entire run here in Pacific, and they could actually be in grave, grave danger as we step into the playoff stage.
Yeah, very much so. Boom started this tournament looking very strong, but did fall to SLT Songnam, so there's clearly some weaknesses there. And also, their opponents are E-King, sitting down at the bottom there at 0-3. And I think they have everything to play for when it comes to pride here. They want to beat this Indo team. They want to beat Boom so badly and make sure that they do just get something on the board. They do get a win here in Thailand. We saw how much it meant for NKT just to be able to steal that win, end their run on a high. So E-King not going to be allowed to be walked over today.
Definitely. They can still play spoiler. I think you brought it up. You have NKT, right? And you have Full Sense. Unfortunately, that won't be able to make it to playoffs. So we have a stage in Bangkok, and unfortunately we don't have a full Thai team representing them there. It's all going to boil down to PTC on Nows, I believe, to wave that flag. So that's pretty crazy too.
But there's Sushi Boys on the side of Motive as well.
Right, that's
He's
correct.
in front of the home crowd, so there is still people for the home crowd to root for a little bit. So we'll see.
That's
Maybe
right.
those two players will get a big boost in the playoffs.
That's right. You can still wave the flags and everything. I remember back in Ascension was 2023 when it was scary, and you actually saw them bringing the flag, waving it in the crowd. That was really, really crazy, and those are some of the best memories as well for the Bangkok crowd. So I cannot wait for the stage. But of course, we have to close out the group stages first. And as we mentioned, we do have those 2 matches for you guys today, and it's going to be very important when it comes to the standings. I do think we will see some teams in the next few days that might be reserving a little bit of their strategies heading into the playoffs, and you also might see some, of course, that will bring it all out to avoid that lower bracket, just like Motive that we see here.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think different teams will value that upper bracket start to different levels. So you might see a little bit of saving strats, but I don't think it would be anything crazy. Oftentimes what teams do in this situation is while they're practicing during the tournament, they start to develop new things, but instead they just use the stuff that they've already shown. They just kind of, it's still strong. They've still had a lot of time to practice it. It's not throwing away the game. It's just holding that little bit back. And here we are looking at Motive though, and I mean, this is a team that had a lot of expectation on them coming into this tournament. We've seen them play some fantastic Valorant, but we've also seen them struggle in some of these games, namely that Boom game. They did get kind of walked over. There's no two ways around it. So for me, it's all about which Motive esports will we see today. Will it be the Wayne dropping a gazillion frags on that Yoru, or will it be the 13-1 Haven-esque Motive? And I think if they're on form, they can push SLT Songnam all the way.
Oof. I mean, I think it's a good thing at least that they've gotten that other side of Motive out of the way, and hopefully they've learned their lesson and they won't be showing it at any time for the rest of the tournament, right? Because sometimes it feels like you just need to get those bad days out. And I think that all teams would prefer that they'd rather get it out in the group stages as much as they possibly can before they head on to the playoff stage and heavier hitting matches. But of course we have Sushi Boys here, and he is one of these names that, as you mentioned, Morgan, definitely the hometown crowd are waiting for his moment as well. But he's also been one of the more veteran players coming into Motive, so we have been expecting a lot from him. I love seeing him on the stage as well. You can see that veterancy come through, especially when it comes down to the presence on stage, the performance, and of course all of the banter that we can see exchanging with the other team.
Yeah, I mean, I love watching Sushi Boys play. Like you say, he is a massive veteran and a big emotional leader on the side of Motive. So I think he needs to be locked in and really help the rest of the team through this game. Now we're taking a look at SLT Songnam sitting at the very top of this group. I mean, they've had a near perfect group run so far. A win today will take them to that perfect 4-0 and secure that very top spot in Group Alpha.
Yes, this team has been so impressive. They have gone undefeated in the group stages, taken down NKT, Eking, and Boom. They all fell to this team here. It could be Motive to be the first team to actually take them down, but these players are just so unreal. What we've been seeing from them all across their matches. I mean, Zexy is so unreal. Suna, I don't mind that he's, basically insta-locking Sova, except we saw him bring out something else, but he's basically insta-locking Sova because he's hitting some incredible shots, and not even with the guns that he has in his hands, it's with the shock darts also. These players are just crazy.
Yeah, I've been loving watching Zuno play, man. I think he's truly a fantastic player, but all the way across this SLT Songnam team, it's so consistent. It's so solid. I mean, everyone will have that pop-off moment, but what I think is the most important for this team is that the floor level of play is so high, meaning that on their worst days, they're still very good. That's something that as coaches, as performance coaches, you're always trying to develop. You want to bring that floor up so that even on your worst days, you're still able to get wins. And then if you have great days, that's obviously good too. Taking a look at Zexy here, he is going to be the guy on Duelist for this team, and I think this is somebody else who's having very, very strong performances, and we just don't really see him have that many bad games, and that's exactly what you need in order to make deep runs into tournaments like Ascension.
Yeah, you were talking about, coaches love it when the players, even on their worst days, they can still have each other's back. I think like a player like Zexy, even on his worst day, I'm still impressed. I'm still like, whoa, how did we do that? And that's already him on a bad day. This, he's basically, so far in the group stages, it's been like a highlight reel for him so far. I'm eager to see so much more because we just love watching players like that. We have our map bans coming out right now, and we see no bind for SLT. Yeah, I think after the loss to Eking, probably. We also have a ban on Abyss, and we have Haven and Ascent coming in as our first picks.
Yeah, SLT picking Haven, not a big surprise there. They're 3-0 so far in this group stage. Looked great on this Viper comp, which is something Motive will probably bring in as well. Motive selecting to play Ascent there. They are 2-0 on this map as well, a map where they've looked solid. But more importantly for me, we're ending on Sunset, so I really hope we get a map 3 because I would love to see this SLT comp again. We just heard Ewok asking about it, saying, hey, how do you guys defend when you don't have the utility to defend? And Klaus goes, yeah, we just shoot them. We just stand there and we shoot them. And I just love that mentality. I would love to see it get messy. Give me those aim duels. Give me Sunset in this series.
I mean, rumor has it that is how you play Valorant. You know, you just shoot
True.
them, and
Shoot them in the
eventually you will win. But we also haven't seen this map from Motive in quite a while, so I'm eager to see what they have planned for Sunset. I mean, of course, going into the tournament, you have some maps that you will automatically ban, but you know at the back of your head that you can't avoid them for long. So of course, you've got something prepped, and especially against a team like SLT, if you do know that eventually you will see them in Sunset, I do wonder what they're gonna have prepared against that Jet, Yoru, and Chamber composition that we did see. I think, like, for Corrode, I'm also wondering what they have planned on this, because I feel like Corrode is something that maybe you would want to save for playoffs, or maybe you're a little wary about SLT on this map. So I'm wondering what they have planned for this one as well. Do you think this map, Veto, is favoring anybody in particular?
I mean, I do think SLT are going to be feeling good. They got their Haven, and we saw how strong their Sunset looks. But I don't think Motive are going to be unhappy. They've also got Ascent, which they know that they like and enjoy. And then Sunset, they can have very deliberate prep. You know, the weirder a composition is, the more you can prep for it. So I think they'll be feeling like if it goes to map 3, they might have a good read on that. So I think both teams feeling very confident. It's hard to give it one way or the other.
Yeah, it feels a little coin flippy at the moment. So we're going to have to see, who is on form today as we step into the server. Of course, before we start the matches, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We want to thank Acer Predator, Intel, Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and Syndom for all of their support and making VCT Ascension Pacific possible. And I think going into these matches, of course, we want all of your support as well for all of these teams. We cannot underscore how important these matches are today, especially this first one for Motive. They want to avoid that lower bracket. Do you think the motive is greater for Motive in this case versus SLT when we're just sitting pretty on the throne right now?
It's like I'm working with Shakespeare.
Yeah, people have said that.
Just
about
fantastic
me. It's true.
work.
My middle name is Shakespeare. If you didn't know.
You're totally right, though. I think they're going to be fired up. I mean, this Motive team, I think they had a lot of pressure on them. I think people expected a much smoother group stage for Motive. So the fact that they've shown that weaknesses, they want to end this on a high. If they beat SLT Songnam, even if they don't end up getting the top seed or the 2 seed, even if they do go into the lower bracket, I mean, it could go 3-way tie, it could get round difference crazy, but just knowing that they're able to beat a team that has looked so strong is big confidence for them. I think that's what they need. They need to find a way to, I think, opposite of SLT Songnam, they need to raise that floor so that on their worst days, they're not getting absolutely blown out by teams like Boom. And I do think part of that is confidence. You know, we saw this team play in Vietnam over in SEA and looked very good there, looked very stable, 3-1 in the finals. When we saw Naus there say, oh no, terrible, and now they come into this feeling much better. So I think it's the same for Motive, where it's just about settling themselves into this tournament and also remembering just how good that they've been. And yeah, the motive is high to end on a win. You're totally right.
Yeah, I think that that can't be understated as well, like how the teams are feeling coming into this tournament, because there's very little time in between to actually, get things together, to actually truly regroup. So once you start in this tournament, especially going to the next few days where, again, you have a brand new stage, you have brand new audience stepping in and, screaming, and there's going to be so many different factors. It really does depend on how this team can actually bounce back very, very quickly in terms of the mentality. It's like you have a bad game, can you bring it back for that second map? It's so important because this game can snowball so fast in terms of all of the emotions as well. So I want to see that from Motive. SLT Songnam, I feel like they're doing a little bit better on that end. You can actually feel their vibes and it doesn't really dip as far down as other teams. So they're bound to be feeling good. As we mentioned, they are sitting pretty on top of their group right now, and Motive, they have to scramble. We're going to see if they can indeed make that work as we start off today with VCT Ascension Pacific. Starts right now.
Winning always feels good, but we never forget what we are really after. And here, we found what we've been looking for.
過去にとらわれずに今この瞬間に集中する。戦いで負った痛みも傷も。だから俺たちは強くなれた。
아무도 우리를 막을 수 없습니다. 수많은 시험들이 있었지만 우린 늘 앞으로 나아갔습니다. 이제 우리의 시간이 왔기 때문입니다.
อาจจะไม่มีใครพูดถึงเราพวกเราไม่ได้มาเพื่อเป็นแค่ตัวประกอบพวกเราจะทำให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าเราไม่เป็นรองใคร
ปีที่แล้วเราได้เรียนรู้อะไรมากมายทุกแมตช์คือบทเรียนและทุกบทเรียนทำให้เราแข็งแกร่งขึ้นตอนนี้เราจะแสดงให้เห็นว่าประเทศไทยคือบ้านของเรา
Quite far forward. Paranoia going to be sent berserk. Going to try to keep his team in this one. Swinging right into it for berserks.
A team like ours isn't built on luck, only on sweat and belief. We have trained together, driven by the same goal, and will win with what we have built with our own hands.
ผมมาที่นี่เพื่อไล่ตามเป้าหมายที่ผมไม่มีทางทำสำเร็จได้คนเดียวนี่คือบ้านของผมและเราจะร่วมมือกันเพื่อสร้างประวัติศาสตร์
We're not the favorites, but we're not afraid of anyone. Underdogs like us don't wait for chances. We create them ourselves.
Our team is ready to climb back to the top. This is the path we've chosen, and we'll take it all the way.
우린 이 대회를 이미 제패해봤습니다. 그러니까 이번에도 못할 이유가 없죠.
SLT Songnam. Motive Sports.
SLT and Motive, we saw the vibes as the players were entering. SLT already teasing that 4-0, claiming it, manifesting it. And on the side of Motive, we saw Siren tease a little bit of the Gangnam Style. He knows that he's here to have fun. He knows that, you know, he's throwing it back at SLT as well. It's like, okay, we feel you, but we can answer back too.
Yeah, sending a message to the Koreans on the other side of the stage there with the Gangnam Style. But yeah, I think Motive probably coming into this one as the underdogs with just how dominant SLT have looked. SLT looking to move to the top of this group, a perfect 4-0, which would be huge for this Korean squad for momentum and for themselves to prove that they are nobody's second place. They can go all the way and even replace Nongshim if they need to. Motive looking to bounce back. They've not always had incredibly strong performances in this tournament, but a win today keeps that chance alive of ending on that top seed, of really looking dominant in the group stage. After all, I think it's all about recovery and stability for Motive. That's what they're looking to find here.
That's absolutely right. And it is the battle for the first seed, right? SLT, they want to secure this, but Motive also still have a chance to actually secure that first seed if they do extremely well in this match and if, say, Boom does not do well at all in their next match. So it's still all up in the air at this point, and it starts right here with this match that we have. We saw the map veto earlier, and we are going into Haven first, and I think this is a bit of an ego check, I think, for Motive, because we know what happened to them the last time we saw them on Haven. They weren't looking too well.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect a much better showing than we saw against Boom. I mean, there's no changes here on either side. Both teams going to be sticking with this Viper Neon composition that we've seen in front of them. There's no two ways about it, though. Haven is SLT favorite. They've picked this for a reason. They're at 3-0 on this map, easily where they look at their best. Look for LP and Klaus to really come electric in this first half, especially when they're defending also, because I think there's a lot of pressure on that Viper and the Killjoy there. And on the flip side, you got Flare and Sushi Boys who need to step up and match that. So I think big head-to-heads today. And yeah, I need to see improvements from Motive. I think they need to settle themselves into this series, because if they get blown away in Haven like they did against Boom, this could run away from them very quickly.
Yeah, and can they find a chink in the armor of SLT, right? It's very, very few teams have been able to actually even take a map off of them. And Motive, they need to be able to take this entire series. So they need to start picking at SLT. They need to start chipping them off one by one. How can they do that? I believe they have to rely so strongly on Vera. Vera is the first entry in. Vera has to be able to deliver right off the bat at the start of the round. And of course, there's a lot of attention on Wayne, especially since he made the top of Ewok's, like wonderful list that he had. So there's a lot of attention on all of these players to pop off. We're gonna see who's gonna pop off indeed, but I know for a fact who's gonna be doing that. It's gonna be Quack and Pilsky popping off on Haven.
We're gonna be popping off, man. Oh my goodness. It's the second last day of the group stage here with Quack and Pilsky, of course. And yeah, dude, first place seating at stake for today's game.
Absolutely. I mean, the motive is clear for the Singaporean representative, and the motive is murder today. They have to smash SLT if they've got any chance of avoiding going into the lower bracket. So we need to see them dominate, which, starting out on Haven, is an extremely worrying prospect because they just got dominated on this map. Although it has been a pretty good map for them before this tournament. As mentioned many times, though, SLT looking to go flawless despite a shaky start to this tournament. They have really started to find their footing, and as we heard from some nice insight in the interview conducted by Ewok earlier on there, we know that they've started to play their way through some of the nerves and started to get much more comfortable with the Ascension stage.
That's such a big thing as well, just having that stability to consistently perform again and again. But here we go, SLT on the attack, quickly a double mid-P coming through from Motive, and Wayne will get the first pick. But at the same time, Zexy, and he continues to push through, punishes Vera.
Yeah, feels like he can get away with more there. He's actually evened up the numbers quite nicely. Wall is up, LP looking for the timing to burst into this A site, and Motive already quick on the rotation.
And thanks to the double controller as well, as soon as the Viper spell, the toxic screen falls, you got the dark cover coming back up.
Yeah, can see SLT, they're not interested in committing to A anymore. Spike is hanging around in sewer though, and want to try to put some pressure elsewhere on the map. I'm eager to see if Motive actually do go for an info play the longer this goes on, because Sushi Boys, you can see his turret and his alarm bot is holding together most of the map. He's keeping an eye on the front side of B with the Viper wall, but he may get caught here.
Especially if they check the corner. Common spot for sure, but just human recon for now. Trying to bait out the reactions. Sushi Boys did not fire.
Yeah, and you can see the rest of Motive. They're not interested either. They are very much reading this as a little bit of a fake. Sushi Boys sliding out onto the line. Pushes Zexy away, and still two players stand on that A site for Motive.
It's so good as well. Now he's playing towards a more defensive position. His team, the 3-stack on A site. Unbeknownst to SLT, looks to go first contact, but it's flaring instantly with the 2K. And on to Klaus and Zexy. Both back ends with piece, and it's 10 seconds left as well with Styron taking this shot. SLT does not stand a chance in this round, despite Zexy being able to take flaring down.
That's just a gorgeous read there for Motive. They weren't buying anything that SLT was selling in that round. Able to read those rotations perfectly. They didn't panic. They trusted that A stack, and they showed some flawless play. They're going to need a lot more of that if they're going to try to get this first seed together and not get knocked into the lower bracket of the playoffs, because Motive, for me, is a team that, you know, they sometimes can go missing. If they get knocked into the lower bracket and they have one of those, you know, bad days that Motive sometimes has, that's going to be their Pacific dreams just crushed right there and then.
Yeah, we saw that happening for the past couple of days for sure. Some tears were shed in interviews and such, and it's definitely something that neither of these teams' players want to go through right now, focused on what's at stake. At the same time, trying to hold on to their weapons, Motive playing very safe.
SLT, you've seen them start towards C number of times, just trying to farm up the orb, get what they can out of a round like this. You have to really reserve your expectations. They are a team that has put together quite a few thrifty wins, though. See how Vera potentially deals with this garage contact.
Ooh. Yep, still in position. Wayne spotting everything out towards it. Almost losing his head, but managing to get away with safety. Kind of floods them in towards Vera's position, and that's where the judge will go through. 3Ks, deliver some swift justice onto a fourth. Cinder managing to sneak all the way through, but the turret has spotted him out before, so Sushi Boy is quite aware. Just trying to watch out and see if he can get the quick kill in with the ghost as well. A flawless picked up by Motive.
Yeah, Vera working his way quickly towards an overdrive early on. Some good vibes, some good energy from Motive over there on the stage. That's what you want to be seeing early on. And look, that's exactly not what you want to see for SLT. Running dry into garage against the judge, but at the end of the day, they got what they wanted to get done in that round. They were looking for any kind of damage, but for the most part, just farming up the orbs over towards C Long before they head into their first gun round here.
Yeah, and at the same time, with this score, Motive already big improvement from what happened with them against Boom on this exact map.
Oh god, man. I mean, you're allowed to say it, to be fair. You're the, you know, resident Singaporean for the moment. So, both teams contesting A little bit. Do have that judge repositioned in towards sewers this time. SLT just a little bit of a tickle towards that A side of the map. We'll draw out an additional rotation from Motive, but look at this high-low on C that SLT could potentially walk into here.
Especially Sushi Boys on this outlaw as well. As long as they hit their shots, it's going to be deadly! Wayne
down, C.
able to capitalize on the kill, but LP managing to make it a trade.
Drone goes through sewer on the other side of the map, trying to find some information. Doesn't spot out either one of these players. Vera still not feeling bold enough to push, but Starin may get caught out of position. Does stay on the site, though. Dart will go towards A long and not scan either of them, but the jump spot will catch them.
Yeah, the utility kind of confirms the positioning. He had an inkling already, so prepared for the hit somewhat. Flaring, opting to play it safe as well. It's Vera's position that comes up huge in this moment. Judge upgraded to a full rifle. And SLT looking to get the spike down, still trying to convert the round.
Motive need this bonus win. They need to smash SLT today. This will be a huge round to step in that direction.
Just to get that first seed placing. Vera slides in, Zexy out from the back, and able to take down Wayne as well. He was dinged up from before. Flaring goes and makes a tap onto the spike. Tries to maybe bait Zexy into a reload. Half left in the magazine. Spotted out towards the end, but the time, the pressure is on. Goes for a quick movement, but Flaring able to track Zexy down.
It's a monumental round for Motive to win. Very important to win the bonus there and get off to a good start on this defensive side. Yes, they had a shocker on this map up against Boom, but previous to that, playing within Challengers SCA, they have actually been quite confident on this map with this comp. Are playing against the same style that they know how to execute here against SLT. So I think that they're going to have a little bit better of a day at the office. And as we've already mentioned a couple of times, that might have just been a classic Motive crumble.
Not crumbling here.
Definitely not. Zexy does have the overdrive though, so let's not get too confident just yet.
Sure enough. Wayne also, interestingly enough, goes into the judge this time around garage, but as you mentioned, Zexy overdrive tries to track around the corners, but Vera instantly knocking him down. The rest of the team prepared for what could be a potential A rush, but to no avail. Still, it's Cinder going through with a relay bolt, everything to slow SLT down.
Yeah, very difficult to attack into this A site against this Viper wall. So many key pieces of utility, keeping them locked in the chokes. Relay bolts, paranoias, multiple players able to flood in onto the site, and they're starting to do a little bit more damage. But with only Klaus on 30 HP, should be done and dusted for Motive. Damage was done by SLT, guns were taken away, but the round secured nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's still just relatively clean coming through from Motive. I mean, if this momentum keeps up, you really can have a good chance at possibly securing first place seed.
For sure. Very early days though, but this is the exact kind of start that they need to. The first step of many that will need to be taken today. SLT on the other hand though, I don't think that they're going to be... This is getting out of hand. I don't think that they're going to be too perturbed by this early start here for Motive. We have seen some resilience for them already this tournament. Change up from Motive. Op is out for Vera. Can rip the overdrive if we head into a retake scenario in the mid to late round. Give him a little bit more mobility. Big stack around Garage here for Motive. After a lot of A starts for SLT, they're expecting the attackers to switch things up, and the drone will confirm that there's really not many people hanging around here. Maybe it's just a Viper lurk.
Gotta go.
It's really impressive at the same time that Motive are just trying to stay on top of SLT with some potential reads, checking B and C more this time. Recon clears out most of it, but LP undetected has managed to slip into sewer.
Going to be a pivot back towards this A site. It's completely open for business. Styron doesn't have a dart right now. Not sure if he's going to be able to get that up in time to try to spam them as they come into the site. 20 seconds, there's no way. This should just be an open site for SLT.
He's trying to catch them on the cross as well. At least he's positioned towards heaven, so lower risk of losing his head. The team's going to rotate over soon enough, but this is a full 5v5 retake.
There's still a paranoia and several nanos towards spawn side that are going to make Motive's life on this retake a little bit harder. Vera, at least, as mentioned before, will be able to rip that overdrive.
Cover going out. Just waiting for the smokes and everything else to fall, but as you mentioned, the paranoias on both sides could be quite pesky. For now, it's just a crossfire setup, and everyone from Motive falling down like flies. Only Wayne left, and unfortunately not quite able to do too much. Tries to make it out alive, but LP just does not let that happen. Flawless secured by SLT.
And this is the issue with giving just free access to the A site like that and not really pressuring the flank, just trying to complete a retake through spawn. They still have a paranoia. Orb is up on spawn side and multiple nanos in play. SLT just execute the denial of Motive's attempt at a retake there so well. So many key pieces of utility, keeping the attackers at bay, spamming through all of those smokes as they try to come out into the site. And it's a very obvious timing from Motive. You know, you have a dart paranoia, and then SLT just reply with all of their utility.
Fantastic recovery. Now for Motive to try to stay on top of their momentum, but ooh, some slight stuns. At least the nano's going off. Managed to stop Cinder. Through the smokes, and he's managed to found two. Flaring as well though, going down now. Suna trying to hold things back. Slight trades, but now smoked off. The spike unretrievable.
Yeah, speaking of keeping people locked in the chokes, it's exactly what Motive did to SLT in that round. Almost felt like I was watching, you know, Gen G playing their classic comp. Orb goes up in the top side of that C choke. You've got a judge, or you've got someone on an off angle. Very difficult to get in from there. Zuno low HP here. We'll have to take some kind of Yatska-esque performance for him to be able to put this round together. He's got the dart back up, but on 40 HP. You can see he's just biding his time to make Motive more nervous about him coming in for a flank, coming in through Garage or top of B, but with the alarm bot still on top B site. Got a turret keeping an eye on Garage control. There's nowhere that he can really go without Motive being aware of him.
30 seconds left.
You're absolutely right, Philly. It would have been nice if he was able to slip through the back of B, but unfortunately, yeah, the alarm bot's right there.
Beautiful reply there from Motive. After losing a pretty one-sided retake, the downside of that will be that SLT had so many guns up, it's going to be another buy round coming into round number 7, and they've got some ults to boot. Hunter's Fury, as well as the Pit. Something that you have to consider, and especially in the dying moments of some of these rounds, these are the things that you have to discuss. Obviously, there is some degree of silence. Just trying to stay locked in, trying to hold these angles, but you need to make sure you're noting the ults and that you're preparing accordingly for them as you head into the next gun round.
For sure. But as you mentioned, you know, Just trying to set up for as much as possible. I think that's one of the other things that's impressive about SLT as well, is just the fact that they don't really let these things affect them. A lot of the series, a lot of the games that they've played for the past wins that they've had always went the distance. Remember the overtime or 13-11s at times.
We'll see if they want to go for that orb control towards C. They've shown a couple of different starts to these rounds. You know, the A long control with the Viper wall across sewer and B, that is fairly standard. And then, as mentioned before, the C orb control that you've seen Motive kind of be ready for with things like high lows and cheeky little setups. They have a couple of different default starts to these rounds. They were one off the Omenol. I don't think that they're going to necessarily be really trying to send it for the C orb just to be able to get that all together, but we'll see what SLT come up with here. They haven't really pressured Garage yet, very heavily. When they have, it was just with the pistols. They got mopped up by the judge, but you can see that Motive were expecting them to. Very early on in one of those gun rounds, they already had a 3-man stack inside a garage waiting for SLT to kind of change things up and go for that control. So you can see both of these teams, I mean, have great coaching staff. Goes without saying for these Korean teams, but Motive as well. Obviously have Spin and Benkai sitting in the coaching booths there, and they've already seen a fair bit of SLT playing this map.
For sure. Against the same opponent as well as Boom that SLT played against, but either way, here we go. Flaring, Viper's Pit up around B.
Indeed. Alarm bot's in garage, so that's something you could potentially slip through the pit at some point. Wayne just going to go ahead and bully LP inside of lobby. That's something that you have to keep an eye on whenever you're playing against the Viper. Sushi Boys on this garage line won't connect the shot, but that's a vulnerable for the Alarm bot in combination with the Hunter's Fury to get another pick here for Motive, and it feels like SLT are just rudderless now.
It definitely feels that way. Just left with no direction for the rest of this round. As soon as it started, that bully on towards LP, just because he's played that lurk position so many times, now spotted for information as well.
Really, really nice protocol. I was wondering how they would deal with that garage control, and I mean, a Hunter's Fury off the contact is a beautiful way to do it. Yeah. Cinder hanging around, waiting to see if he can potentially try to find a pick on A. He's going to throw a progression smoke here. And SLT already kind of looking like they're going to save. They don't like the way this round started. They very clearly must have had a plan post timeout that they didn't even get to execute. Losing multiple picks. Lost their lobby lurker off the bat. That was a nice adaptation from Motive. And then, as mentioned, the protocol with the Hunter's Fury gets another pick in garage. I dare say SLT will probably just try to run it back with whatever they were planning post timeout.
Oh yeah, you think like same 4-1 split sort of?
I mean, I don't know about the early round, but whatever they were planning in the mid to late round, definitely. They don't have to play against the pit anymore here. So that's both big ults for Motive expended in that round to be able to win it. And essentially, yes, it does get them another round on the defense, but it only takes 2 guns away from an SLT that wants to try to just keep this stable economy and keep breaking through with a couple more gun rounds towards the end of the half.
Yeah, sure enough. Should still be in this race, but at the same time for Motive, because they've done this well, potentially able to secure already a lead in this first half. At the same time, this operator as well can continue to swap up positions, and now it's a 3-stack both sides towards A long.
Both teams contesting. Dart will push Vera away and does scan Wayne, forces him to Shrouded step out here. Not sure what SLT are doing with their economy here. Zexy is not bought with the rest of the team, despite the fact that, you know, LP is broke, Class is pretty broke. Bit of a mixed approach in terms of the buy.
Pretty far away from the overdrive as well, but now just instantly punished. A slight pixel angle, and that's all Vera needs.
The second gun round in a row where SLT have just lost 2 players off the bat before they can even get into the mid to late round. And it doesn't even really feel like Motive's like hard disrupting them.
Yeah, not that much. But SLT now perhaps starting to get wise to the fact that it's just Vera on this B side. Blind TP into the corner, and they'll just give each other a little peck on the cheek. Flaring to respond as a jealous partner. But at the same time then, for the entire Motive team to stay on top of their defense. LP the only one left trying to scavenge whatever's left of the round, but it's not happening. Flaring is here to take the 7th for Motive.
This is exactly what Motive need. After having only one round against Boom on this map, the last time that they played it, they are really showing up here to play. And I think that really tells you that that was just one of those Motive days. Nice double peek. Straight down middle in the mid round. In fact, there was 3 players ready to fight there. What they're doing so well, Quack, is they're reading the routines of SLT, especially when you see the start of the round not go particularly well for them. It's something that I remember from that Velocity game when they shut one of these teams out of lobby. They immediately had a high-low on window. It really feels like Motive, they know when SLT gets shut out of a certain part of the map, they're always one step ahead in terms of where they're headed next.
Yeah, wait to see if SLT will look to re-hit A at any point in time, but now it's the operator just punching through, sending mist all over the walls. A bit of presence out towards C-Long as well, kind of pulls rotations back over the C side for Motive.
It's the 3rd gun round in a row, Quack. Every gun round starts with SLT just limping through the round. You know, 30 seconds goes by and we're already in an unwinnable 3-on-5. Gotta be frustrating at some point for SLT, but at the same time, where are the adaptations? You can't keep getting caught by Motive just making these same plays in the early to mid round.
That's when you start to look to the leadership of LP. Not quite needed, but Cinder's just able to try contact alongside the rest of the team from Garage Presence. 2 players from Motive down. Quick retake though, Flaring already in position around Garage. Takes down Zexy. Viper's Pit up, trying to block off more assailants coming through, especially out from C-Link. A bit of noise made, perhaps. Vera trying to keep them around these spots. Styron already has a deep flank going. Flaring checks the corner, but LP turns back around, takes Styron away. Both players from Motive now inside of Garage, swings out at the same time, but the trade's not there. Cinder able to string a round up for SLT.
It's a brilliant 3-on-5. They haven't been able to put one together yet, but Cinder, that's some individual brilliance to break open that C crossfire single-handedly. Wayne loses the duel to him. Sushi Boys is on the line with an op, and then it's a pit down on the site. And LP cleverly knowing when not to trust in the pit after plant, just playing outside of it, clearing out the flank, making sure to trust that Garage dark cover, and just play with his teammate. Really well worked in the 3-on-5.
That's why they'll continue to remain a top contender. Early drone and everything though. And looking to just send it into C site potentially, just baiting out the utilities for now.
It's just the same C default pressure that Motive will be well aware of. We've seen it multiple times from SLT in this tournament thus far. Now being pushed away. LP going to start to get active in the middle of the map. SLT taking some map control over towards A. How well will LP cut these rotations in the middle of the map?
He's got to play safe. At the same time, though, Motive staying on top of it. This time, it's Sushi Boys with all of his Killjoy utilities on the A site. Able to slow things down, but there you go, LP. First off the board, and it's flaring down, so no screen allows for SLT to just set up camp on A.
Styron's got a dart here. Not going to pull the trigger on it, though. Here's LP taking the next duel. Finally cleared out by Vera. Now they can approach this retake a little bit more straightforwardly together.
Yeah, attach the whole squad in. We've got recons, paranoia as well, and that will kick things off. Looking for possible angles, and Styron out from the top of heaven finds 2. Vera off towards the back ends, and unfortunately for Cinder and Zexy, not quite able to deal with the overwhelming assault. Motive with another round.
Way too clean. Love that wall drop on LP there in the middle of the map. I think he stuck around a little bit too long. He could have just activated a little bit later in the round after finding that opening pick. Actually, it's LP to drop his orb there. And great patience shown by Motive. Ready for him to make a play. They give him basically enough rope to hang himself with there and able to put themselves into the 4-on-4.
What's he doing, man? Don't get zesty on me, alright? Sorry.
Hey, that's... To each his own, you know?
All right.
If that's what he enjoys, then power to him. It's clearly working. They're up 82, Quack. I might give that a crack.
We gotta keep that up. It certainly is working out for now, especially with Wayne's operator coming through. Starting to continue to push up B long. 2 flicks and he lands onto more players. Klaus, once again, the round has just started.
Both Killjoys with a lockdown in play. Klaus, in previous games, particularly on this map. I remember having some really sharp performances, being able to crack open these rounds on the Killjoy. Hasn't had much of an opportunity to get involved just yet. Motive still kind of cottoned on to the fact that he could be over towards A, spending a lot of time clearing that out for the time being. And as a result, as shown by the Observer, all of this Killjoy utility is down. Sushi Boys is far too far out of range. What's the setup going to look like here? Ooh, he's going to dump the ult, which is going to kind of be useless for the time being and give a little bit of a tell for Motive to rotate early.
How does Motive approach the 2v1 though?
They're a bit disjointed.
Yeah, flaring silently up from C. Sushi Boys, if he just walks on through, doesn't check that window, it's gonna be a quick punish. All of a sudden turns into a 1v1. SLT still has a chance. Flaring onto the site. It's made a lot of noise now. Tries to stick it to halfway, and Klaus is going to use this to reposition on top of logs. Flaring just tries to stick it all the way through, and quickly, off the initial shots, able to find Klaus.
That's going to sting, man. You invested the lockdown to be able to try to put a round together in that 1-on-2 and still couldn't get it done. Motive just playing together in that 2-on-1. I mean, you got to reserve your expectations at the end of the day. SLT didn't have much brought into that round, so they made it incredibly competitive. Not that it's going to matter too much. It didn't draw out additional ults, and they're going to have more than enough money to be able to recover from that. So if anything, Motive are happy with the fact that that got so close, given the fact that the lockdown was invested.
Damn. There's so much spent, and now we are finding ourselves at the last round of the first half. Whoa.
TP top B. It's a suicide TP to try to get that spike planted. Flaring, applying pressure, forces him off the site. Hunter's Fury from spawn side. Styron was already rotated, kind of ready for this B hit, and it'll be denied for the time being. SLT, what's your plan B?
That was insane, but it did bait out, you know, a couple key pieces of utility from Motive, especially with that Hunter's Fury ripped.
Drone into sewer now. Does pull the rotation across. Vera and Wayne combining to try to defend this A site. Drone into middle. Notices that at least the Killjoy's hanging around. It does see Zexy as well, but it's going to be this A pop here from SLT. Motive trying to play disruptively right next to the Viper wall and try to keep them in the chokes yet again here.
And that's what it is. Slight crossfire angles, quick on the paranoia draw, and it's 40 seconds left. It baits out more utility from SLT as well, but the rest of the team just has to hold on to the angles. So far, not good. Zexy able to push on through with the rest of the team. They get the spike down soon enough, but lockdown in place.
Sushi Boys has only got an op as well. Unless someone goes peeking into him, he's going to have to take some time to get the rifle. Playing inside it, the smoke Cinder TP's into heaven. He's detained, but he's still a problem up here. He's still a threat.
Yeah, as soon as the D-Tank goes all the way through, at least Flaring able to secure the kill, but Zexy just added security onto the top of heaven with that overdrive, and he's got essentially infinite ammo now. The rest of the team just able to sweep and clear. The whole site is taken down. SLT able to find a third.
Yeah, nicely done. Unfortunately, the TP from Wayne kind of pulls the Hunter's Fury straight into Styron, and I think he copped a burst of it. SLT finally getting a round together after a huge streak of rounds from Motive. They're on a really good roll today. That's exactly what I was talking about. That TP from Wayne on spawn side just pulled that Hunter's Fury from Zuna. So that's what I was talking about. That was my reaction. Straight through the Viper wall on that Neon ult. Is 3 rounds enough on this attacking side here for SLT? Gonna find out after the break.
And straight into the second half, where Motive just secured a 9-3.
Absolutely. They've got murderous intent today. They're looking locked in. Need a clean win to be able to try to secure this first seat. Quick pace into Garage.
Straight on through. It's a full setup, but with Styron onto this frenzy, able to secure more kills. Wayne with the trade as well. Oh, LP trying to reaggress, but unfortunately taken down. Sushi Boys for some rear security around C long. It's a 1v2 now.
Yeah, 6 seconds on the dark cover here for Wayne to try to lock off one of these angles. Motive walking into Garage together here, Quack.
Both checking towards window. Unfortunately, first casualty by Sushi Boys.
Oh, Zuna, he definitely could have won that. He even had an extra second or two to be able to get that second kill, but I guess he just assumed that they weren't walking in together with the right spacing, or didn't see the additional player straight behind. Love to see that from his perspective again, but he had more than enough bullets to be able to complete that 2K. I'm pretty sure. And Sushi Boys just finishes him off with the right click. It's a little unfortunate. Same celebration. They're hitting all the... I feel like they're hitting all the Korean tropes today a little bit. We got some Korean-esque celebrations. We've got Gangnam Style.
Oh, yeah, we did.
It really feels like they're trying to get in SLT's head a little bit today.
Yep.
I don't think it necessarily is. They're just looking a little bit cooked, if I'm honest. Like, but you know what? Whatever gets you 10 rounds on the attacking side, I mean, to each his own.
Hey, man, it's working. The one more trope that I would love to see is someone getting a 4K only to get it stolen at the end. But, you know, might not get to see that. Either way, Motive know they are within range of dealing first blood to SLT. Finding this first map would mean so much for the series.
For sure. And a complete resurgence after a shocking game against Boom on this map. Motive looking like a completely different team. Contacting it together after a little bit of pressure. Zuna's Sheriff has looked incredibly sharp. He's at least able to take one with him despite some great movement from Vera.
And now you've got Sinner already. Progression smoke on the site. Vera trying to clear it out, but it's Klaus. Domes one through. Wayne to answer back. Paranoia sent across. And everyone to look for trades. Motive managed to stay on top.
To scrap their way into the site there. Lost many bodies on the way through thanks to, again, some sharp Sheriff shooting from SLT. You've seen it in multiple maps so far in Ascension Bangkok. Turret will keep that spawn angle clear for the time being. Alarm bot for the flank. LP going to try to navigate his way into heaven. Does the turret spot him? It does.
Okay. Just a little bit of a scratch. It's still all right. He's going to clutch this 1v2 for sure.
With the
Running out
DFM
of
classic.
time. Yo, yeah. He's channeling me. But, nah, it's way too tough. The angles, both of them within his sight picture, 11-3.
Sheriff picked up at the end of the round there, maybe an additional one in the background. There was at least 2 on the A site. They can be juggled over to other members of Motive. They head through, they lost at least 1 rifle there. So SLT continually keeping these rounds expensive. They are incredibly sharp with those Sheriffs. Definitely channeling a little bit of Nongshim with their run last year as SPG. They would win all these kind of Sheriff rounds. Here's the buy up. Bonus looking reasonable here for Motive.
Still a potential chance to steal the bonus away just like they did in the previous half, but SLT trying to hold a tight defense.
Yeah, I mean, if they do, then this game is over. Which is exactly what Motive need here today. They need to smash SLT. I don't know what exactly it is, but it's a pretty reasonable round diff that they have to clear. It's definitely in the double digits. That much I'm sure of.
They also have to hope that Boom doesn't win their series, because they lost the head-to-head on that.
Well, I mean, just like our casting, this is like going to be a, you know, Singapore-Australian agreement, no? Like Trans-Pacific, Indian Ocean, or whatever.
Yes, that's definitely the gap that's between us. Oh, off to the races though, Zexy. Slight checks over. Flaring manages to make it a trade, having set it up, but Suna instantly re-peeking across. Again though, and that's where Wayne will be able to find the numbers right back for Motive.
Can Styron activate on this lurk here? Head-to-head with Klaus. Not sure which one of them is going to move to begin with. Quick pacing
30
back
seconds.
towards that C side of the map. SLT starting to feel restless, starting to feel worried that the rest of the map is compromised. Viper Wall goes up, big rotations in towards the B side. SLT will continue to move as a unit here, and they're well aware that there might be someone on grass.
And it depends on whether or not Klaus calls an audible. At the same time, though, Starren, he's onto a Guardian. That's why I get a little bit worried. He's got to land those shots. Wayne on top of the boxes as well, tries to spot above the edge of the dark cover. Styron begins to make his move. Klaus still watching the flank, and he's able to take Styron away. Low HP, though, so perhaps still a chance. Paranoia going through, but it doesn't quite connect. Wayne able to land the first shot. And he just sprays and mows all of them down. Wayne with a 4K on this round.
Oh, that's rough for Cinder. If he drops that Paranoia a tiny bit higher, I am pretty sure you can definitely hit both the low ground and the high ground there at the same time on the right angle. But unfortunately, you can see it just goes below Wayne's feet. Sushi Boy's below him is completely blind, but he's not even needed. Another individually brilliant rated round from one of the best players in this tournament statistically.
That's now Matt Point. SLT just scrounging up whatever they have. It's light shields, no shields, rifles on some of these players as well. Just trying to hold on to back positions.
I mean, I don't know if teams necessarily keep track of all the stakes that they need in some of these series, but if Motive were told, you guys need to smash SLT and they proceed to win both pistols and both bonuses on the map they got 13-1'd on, that is hard as hell.
Heck yeah, man. Oh, look at that as well. Now just 2 players left. No need to worry, brother. We just smash, and now it's just Suna. Out from Link, able to spot out the first, but also kind of pushed off by Vera's relay bolt. This time, a lot more control. Flaring onto the Classic. Closes out the map. It's 13-3. No chance that SLT had.
Yeah, SLT, it's a bit of a head scratcher to get smashed that hard by Motive on a map that they really struggled to play just the other day. I think it's a combination of 2 things. It's a combination of Motive sometimes going missing and sometimes looking like the best team in the tournament. And then SLT, I mean, the initial shakiness that you saw from them early on in this tournament started to rear its head a little bit. They were just kind of non-existent in that map. Half of these rounds started with Motive. Half of these rounds started with Motive getting 2 picks, and then they ended with them doing that. Whatever that is, I'm sure somebody knows.
Perhaps. Props to production for compiling that so quickly, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there was that timeout in the first half from SLT. You could see they tried to adjust around things, but at the same time, round to round, Motive continued to change their setups. They continued to read and stay on top of every single potential play that SLT tried to send across.
Yeah, I mean, they identified the timings and the tendencies that SLT do like to use, and I think they played around them very well, but what was impressive is they had protocols in the mid-round, and they ended up in a lot of different situations, but the game plan was always the same. Aggress in the mid-round, make some plays, find some information, and get some picks, and it constantly caught SLT off guard, something that they really weren't able to find an answer for in this map. If anything, I think that, you know, a team like Velocity would do a lot better against that kind of style. They've been rewarded for playing very slow and holding in the mid-round, punishing these teams. I think, if anything, that's the kind of style that SLT would have done a little bit better with against Motive here.
For sure. That's one of the more exciting things that we will get to see once we move into playoffs when both groups merge together. But for now, I mean, it's just Motive all day, at least for this map. Another thing that I really love, though, as we head on over back to the desk soon enough, is everyone's popping off. Wayne's just like, hello, hi. We're going to toss it back over to Mika and Big Time. Hi, how are you guys doing?
I mean, there has to be some kind of balance in some way, right? Wayne is bringing that balance right now because this is a bit of an unhinged Motive that we're seeing right now. I love it, though. This energy was exactly what we were looking for from Motive. This was the kind of Motive that we wanted. They were very unafraid here. They were unafraid to take any fight, whether it was, even if it was a 1v3 in Garage and Vera has a judge, he's like, nah, I'm gonna go for it. This is where all of these antics that they're doing, it just pays off here, Morgan.
I would describe them as unbothered in this game. It felt like SLT were just like a little mosquito just flying around them. And we just consistently see Motive just bat them away. Everything SLT tried just got so hard shut down, not managing to get really many first kills at all on the board. Motive just feeling so confident. Then the way these rounds break down, they handled all these situations beautifully. Clearly, they've spent time on this map since they played it against Boom. We didn't really see much of that attacker half, but starting with a pistol and a bonus is a great way to do it. They really are keeping their hopes alive of finishing in this first seed here. They need a 2-0 and they need a dominant performance, so they're really halfway there now. We see Vera topping the charts, but I think the bigger question is the flip side of SLT. Only one player managing to get into double digits. Just we're not seeing that same consistency as they've moved through the tournament. As you know, today it just wasn't really there, Mika.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how even on the worst days, SLT still looks good. But I think
Yeah.
this was that coupled with Motive just being whatever they're on today, which is something that feels a little bit more of an extra something, because especially with Vera here on those judge plays, this was just a little bit, there's a little bit more W in them today. I don't know if it's just me, but there just seems to be a little bit. I think they had this kind of pep talk. I don't know. What do you think, Morgan? If you lived out your dream of being an assistant coach to Spin, what would you have told them coming into this match?
Well, I mean, I think you would just tell them, like, hey, we've already made the playoffs. The only job of the group stage, get yourself out and get to the playoffs. So they've accomplished that. They've achieved objective number 1. So they know that, you know, even the chance of first seed, it was kind of tough. So if I was them, I would ease the pressure back now. I would say, hey guys, we're in the playoffs, so let's use this game to stay warm, go out, have some fun, and just see what this Korean team has. And to be honest, I kind of felt like that's how they were playing in the server. I didn't feel, they didn't look tight, they didn't look stressed. Even in these tense moments, they were always able to just come out on top, and we see them celebrating, having a good time. So I think they could just be leaning away from the pressure of trying to get that top seed and just focusing more on being in the moment and enjoying this game for what it is. On the flip side of SLT, I do think that they might be feeling like, hey, we win today, we go flawless in the groups. We win today, we get that first seed. They could be ramping up that pressure on themselves, which isn't really working for them clearly.
Plus, it also doesn't feel good where it's like, you know, you could have been undefeated, you could have gone flawless, yet at the very end, you kind of stumble. That definitely doesn't feel good. But hey, it's not over yet. We still have a map number 2, so let's see if SLT can manage to bring this back, or if Motive are just going to continue on this kind of energy going into map number 2 right after this quick break.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just saw Motive with a very dominant showing on Haven. We're going to see if they can pull off the same over on Ascent, because this would mean really, really good things for Motive. This would mean that they would top their groups and manage to steal that away from SLT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if my maths is correct, which, hands up, it might not be, a 13-10 win or better here for Motive really keeps that hope alive of finishing in the top seed. So they really did everything they had to do in that map 1. That was their opponent's map pick. They stole it away in such a dominant fashion. Now we're moving towards Ascent, which of course Motive have picked already, and we've seen them win and look confident on already in this tournament, Mika.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to forget the Motive Ascent. There are many highlights from this tournament, and most of Motive's highlights happen on Ascent. And I think going into this map veto, right, we were saying, okay, SLT probably will take Haven and Motive takes Ascent, so it's a coin flip, and we're gonna see them on Sunset. But with the energy that these teams are bringing onto stage today, Morgan, it just feels like Motive have this extra buff. And it's all of these antics that they're doing on stage, and we have to bring this up because it's actually working. Whatever they're doing to kind of get into SLT's heads, whether it's, all of this screaming, I'm gonna do it right now, they're going like, ah! Whatever that is. That's a terrible impression.
I
should
don't
give me your
understand
impression.
it. That's as good as I can do. But
The camera cut away! You left me hanging! How dare you!
I'm getting told that they might be imitating texture with this, so I don't know what's going on, but whatever it is, it's working for them. They're feeling confident, they're feeling good. This is really Motive at their ceiling. We got the agent select coming through now, and no changes across the board. Very, very simple. SLT, that old school style with the KO. Motive, a little bit more modern. We're seeing that double duelist. We've seen Wayne have pop-off map here, and we've also saw Vera have very strong performance as well. So I think if you're Motive, you're feeling very comfortable here. SLT, they still have won on this map, but it was a close game versus NKT, so maybe a little bit less confidence now.
Maybe, but I'm not talking to you. You left me hanging.
I tried.
You need to try harder next time. But I think that's exactly what Motive are going to be doing. They know now the formula to take down SLT. We're going to see if that carries that over here on their map pick of Ascent. We're going to toss it over to Quack and Pilsky.
Thank you very much, Mika, and Big Time. Let's go. We've got this. That's exactly what's Motive feeling right now. But at the same time for SLT, this map, both teams have played it before in this group stage, Pilly.
Yeah, we got to watch SLT, their attacking side. No, I wasn't a fan of that. Their defensive side was sick, though. Great news. They're starting on their defensive side here, so Motive has got their work cut out for them. I do believe, though, they've done a good chunk of the round diff that they needed with that huge win. Pistol bonus over there on Haven.
Oh, we're going down the stairs.
I've never yet. You just got that, man? It took you a while. Come on. This is great. This is some great obsing. I can't even think of my point at this point. I believe, don't quote me on this, but my professional opinion as someone unqualified to talk about it is that I think Motive needs to win better than 13-10 here. They just need +3 or 13-10 or better, I believe. So that is very doable here. Let's be honest. Is this a real round? Are they just playing fast rotate?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Just 5 in spawn, playing off the A pressure. This is just a hard read, and it's a correct stack. It's looking like Motive is getting ready for an A split.
My gosh, just because they were in spawn, it's the shortest path to either site. LP, though, forced to spend the paranoia early. Now you're hoping on just angles out from sight alone for smokes to cover everything, but it's Wayne's flaring's flash that covers the site instead. SLT trying to gain more control, trying to stay tucked inside of smokes. Zexy now with 2 kills, but Flaring having snuck all the way through to the back. Still some slight chances as a secondary smoke comes up. SLT trying to hug this generator as tightly as possible. Maybe a double swing, and that's where the classic shots don't land. SLT able to strike back with this pistol.
They were pistolless in the last map. They definitely needed that. SLT had great defense over there against NKT, winning round after round after round on their defense on this map. And that was very creative. It felt like they had quite a hard read on what Motive were bringing into that pistol. That's the first time I've heard SLT actually celebrate this series. That's how one-sided it's been.
Still a welcome sight either way. Now Zexy on the outlaw.
He is. Wants to get a bit of a farm on this man. He's got his work cut out for him though. Quick light speed with the dart over up top. There you go. Easy as you like for Zexy. Dashing out in through pizza side. Working his way towards a Blade Storm. He had a pop-off Blade Storm round in that NKT game, if I remember correctly. He's definitely channeling his Korean jet, and he's going to have to because Soldem's not here anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a really sad and unfortunate tale, but at the same time for Motive to be prepared for such potential plays. There are a lot of things that SLT has done on this map.
Yeah, well... Zuna's keeping an eye on middle here. LP, he's a known offender with this exact kind of play. We've seen it a couple of times. It's something Motive will have to keep in mind.
Motive though, okay.
They're just working the map, getting themselves some orbs, trying to draw out some additional utility, see if SLT is going to make a mistake somewhere. Zuna is, giving them that mistake. It is only a ghost, but that does break open the middle of the map and make things a little bit awkward actually here for Klaus. I'm surprised he's going to play in front of this dark cover. Could have been isolated from the rest of the team. Feels like he's not pressured enough to need to really hide from this B split. And they're making it quite easy for him.
Yeah, undeterred. Zexy swaps over to the classic as well at the end there, and that just makes it relatively clean, bar the ghost.
Just a bit disjointed from Motive. I mean, to be fair, they didn't really have many expectations coming into that round, but I felt like if they actually had a better mid to B timing there, they could have caught Klaus in front of that dark cover. I guess part of the reason why it is so disjointed, maybe less so for the market spacing, but for the B main spacing, is just the fact that you did have that one way thrown out. I mean, it's only polite. Wayne says hello. You have to say hello to him back.
That didn't sound like an Annyeong Haseo. Either way, it's going to be the full buy now from Motive. We've seen this double dash in towards to clear out Wine before. At the same time, it's this judge that's still in play that makes you feel a little bit nervous. Flaring, so far so good. And the nade to clear out the corner as well. Motive, somewhat aware.
I mean, it was a shock dart that really kind of peppered him a little bit, and his teammates nade to keep the other team stuck in A main. In this 4-on-4 though, Motive going to call the audible straight back towards B main. Only a singular trip will keep them in check. SLT, in the meanwhile, have taken the middle of the map, but I don't know really what they're going to be able to get done with that. Zuna, don't know how close he is to the recon, but that might help them get a pick on the cross here.
Yeah. Klaus, he's got to be the one to find it. The trip not quite broken yet, but it will get spotted out at the end. Once again, though, flaring low HP, and he's quickly spotted out by Zuna. Shock darts in towards lane as well, and he peeks out. Finds two more. Klaus for the finisher. SLT answers back with their own bonus.
Such a clean bonus as well. That's exactly what they were doing to NKT. Both of those teams on the defensive side of Ascend were so clean with their sight floods. Not letting the other team actually get into a post plant. It was what was so impressive about the defense. These players are so confident taking these fights on front sight. You saw the same thing in their opening game on Ascent. Very clean defense indeed, and they're continuing those same trends.
All the way through and through. And Marshall now up for Wayne. Euro Sniper not going to find any success this time though, Pilly.
No, there's the light speed trip. Trying to catch the waylay in transition. See if it's going to catch any fish here as the drone goes in.
Oh no. Even without the trip, it just goes straight into Zuna's crosshairs. Now more players from Motive just once again trying, giving a good shot, but SLT cleanup crew, Klaus, he's having a good time.
I mean, this is just not even close, these rounds. Good start with Zexy getting the pick. I mean, you were saying the cleanups there for SLT. If anything, I think Motive needs to clean things up a little bit. His spacing is quite disjointed right now. I understand that the cage is giving them issues coming out of B main, but they really need to start to clean that up. Need to get the right pathing. It starts, I think, with the Sova just shocking a certain pathing, and then you actually commit on into it. Be aware that SLT's fighting front side. Ops out here for Zexy. Posted on the line. Blindside being held there from Wayne.
Clear fake. I've seen them do it multiple times. Vera, though, in with the double light speed into sight.
Oh.
It clears out Market this time. Zuna into a different position. Oh, picks up the weapon and instantly backs off as well. Now Vera's the one with the op.
Motive need to slow this one down. They cannot get stuck in that B main choke again. That's exactly what they're going to do. Vera now has an op on the attacking side. That was a very nice set play for Motive to start that round off. Just unsettled Zexy enough to push him into that market smoke where Vera was sitting, waiting for him. Has the refract as a backup if he's not actually able to catch the jet. And from now, Motive just waiting for a mistake in this 5-on-4.
Very possible. Spots out onto Cinder as well, but no real shots found just yet. 0 point will keep Motive in check. Oh.
Yeah, Wayne making some moves in the middle of the map now. Another dark cover on that B main choke. You've still got a trip over on lane side. Zuna keeping them in check. Wants to try to rip the Hunter's Fury as they come into sight.
And then now, it's going to be Wayne's go signal. Hit by the Paranoia, though. And LP's trying to close the distance with the Judge. Meanwhile, the hit still goes all the way through. Wayne falling down into the ground while the team gets a spike planted on B.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Vera has ripped open the site with a 3K. He's on for the ace, denied by LP.
Who's just alive with 2 HP, flaring. Still checking in towards Market, able to pull down the crosshair off the Y-axis. Zuna. No utility left, just has to walk on through. Knows where flaring is positioned, and still has some time while the spike beeps away. Tries to make use of the progression smoke somewhat, but wary to the possible angles on the other end of it. Takes his time to pick flaring off. Now seeing that the site is entirely clear, knows that Sushi Boy surely hiding inside a boathouse, but that's when Sushi Boy's peaks.
SLT really making Motive work for that one. Saw 2 different arms of the push, a lot going on in that round. Too much to really keep track of. This is what we missed. Vera Lightspeed up into market side again? Okay, that was the early play, the refract away, sorry, my bad. These are the 2 kills inside of the site. Great click from the Classic on stairs side, gets him access to the refract, and he's able to confidently take another duel in towards site. Love that you had the heads up play there for SLT. While they were ripping the Hunter's Fury, LP was just keeping the mid lurk in check. Layers and layers to these gun rounds between both of these teams, who are showing quite a high level here on Ascent early on. It's a map that we kind of discussed. It felt like Motive had been working on. It's not something that they played really at all coming into this tournament.
Yeah, true enough. Almost let it slip in that match against NKT. And right now, though, operator for operator. Wayne, unfortunately, ligged.
Ooh, I think he knows that Zexy's waiting for a mistake. Unfortunately, he can't capitalize. Zexy's gonna just e-hop his way out of there. In fact, he's going for the repeat here.
My goodness. Slippery and lithe as ever. Motive, though, wanting to take a little bit of control over A main.
Drone goes out, Cat. We'll spot all of these players walking up Cat. SLT have just got such a phenomenal read here, and Zexy continually punishing those peaks from Wayne.
They're gonna be losing out that duel this time around. Pop flash coming through, but Farah instantly flicking back into the smoke, starting in for the trade. Wants to play the contact game into A site, but he's completely surrounded. Tries to slice the pie a little bit, but at the same time, LP making some footsteps makes him feel so nervous. And in for Zexy, who's managed to push all the way up Cat. SLT with another round in the game.
LP's made a bit of a mess of that. Unfortunately, Zexy not going to be the one to miss. Bold enough to push all the way down middle to catch the lurker. Punishing Wayne as well. And it's Klaus on that A site with the full setup over on the B side of the map. It's a full A stack for SLT there. They are reading the rotation so well. They beat a team earlier on in this tournament on Bind, for example, which, funnily enough, they've started banning since that E-King game, where on defense, sometimes I felt like they've had complete misreads rotation-wise. But at least here on Ascent, never a toe out of line. Always multiple players on the right side of the map and always doing, as I mentioned before, a great job flooding into these sites and fighting the attackers as they try to get their executes off.
Just constantly, especially with this op from Zexy. It's something that Motive's gonna have to find a solution around now.
Yeah, they've got some good protocols. They've got some good routines, though. We've seen that A main take that they did against NKT that they've done in this game as well, with the light speed into wine and a blindside out on that line towards A main to try to secure that control and a progression smoke to the front side. Less so in B, where they've had a few starts. I think, you know, you can kind of cam that, feel it out. Then like cage blindside, you know, there's a lot of different little things that they can do to potentially try to take this map control a little bit safely. They have the movement, they have the utility to be able to push these ops off the line. Unfortunately, even if Zexy doesn't get anything in the early round, they're just doing such a phenomenal job of holding these sites. Klaus and Zuna combining for 16 together here. So even if the op doesn't get it done, you know, it feels like the site hold is going to.
Got all those trips as well. As you mentioned, the one that counters the light speed. So far not catching just yet, but it's enough information. Zuna peeks out, tries to chip them through, and he manages to catch Flaring. Here comes Klaus as well. Just trying to stay tucked behind, hoping that the drone will give him some clear vision, but otherwise not yet. Motive had one mission and they managed to find it successful.
SLT just waiting for mistakes now. Convergent pass is there from Vera. There's a paranoia with a dash into B made from Zexy. Just flying around like an attack helicopter right now. And Styron, there's just nothing for this man to do. Gonna get a nice right click onto Klaus. Does have the Hunter's Fury and the Dart to play with here. But it's not enough. Hunted down by the rest of SLT. 6th round here on the defensive side. And I just love how they approach these defensive rounds on Ascent. They're able to kind of chip Motive as they try to execute into that big site. And then they've just got phenomenal protocols for being able to retake this map control.
For sure, right? I mean, it's nothing too flashy or outstanding, except for perhaps Zuna's spray control right there. But it's very well structured, and time again, you just feel that Motive haven't quite found the solution. I mean, of course, in this round, it's just the eco half-buy, and they tried to send it across, but you really hope that Motive has more looks to this, because right now it's not looking good.
Big mid trap here. Flash to try to put Zexy on the line in towards Styles here. It's gonna go straight down. Cat completely uncovered. He was just crossing his fingers, hoping that no one would be staring at him. Now the TP to bottom mid from Wayne puts Cinder under some pressure.
I
nice
know
pick from
exactly
Wayne.
where you are.
This round's going disastrously for SLT early on here, Quack.
Well, 2 casualties, Neural Theft as well. There is an Odin in play though. Oh, and it just shreds through the wall. Wayne vaporized. Vera off to the back end, trying to watch for potential players who are looking to slip through the stairs. Motive trying to get the spike committed over onto this B site. Managed to slip through into lane, continuing to spam in towards the back of halls.
Hunter's Fury is there. You probably don't want to have to commit that or the convergent pass to be able to secure this round, especially with how low Klaus and Zuna are.
Yeah, sure enough. Utility traded as well. Not quite able to push through safely just yet. Blocks off B main. Sushi Boy's looking to spring across. The rest of the team hopping in and out. And LP manages to eliminate the B main threat. Hunter's Fury now out from Zuna, trying to give them entry, but way too low. Motive able to block off lane. So unfortunately, this attempt is absolutely foiled. Just looking for the exits now, only able to get one.
Motive making good on some of the issues that they've had executing that B site earlier on, able to put a much more competitive round together. It really starts off the fact that, I mean, SLT is kind of just giving them opening picks. So far, there's been very minimal opportunities for Motive to actually pick some of these players on the defense early on and actually punish them. But this round, they're given multiple freebies there, courtesy of Zexy and Cinder. And then they complete the B execute off the back of that, finally, successfully.
Was that Durka peak that Zexy loved to do in that NKT game?
Who's next? Yeah, I mean, he's both of the same tropes for both of these teams. Dimensional Drift in towards this B site here for Wayne. Do have the Hunter's Fury to try to come combo with that.
Oh, and it just continues to go all the way to the backside, but Klaus manages to keep control. Zuna as well. All held off at the choke point. Spike out in the open as well. This round has gone away out from Motive's grasp right now. In towards B main still, and they're trying to catch more players, but the paranoia keeps them in check again. A fake TP, Zuna off to the other end, and slowly but surely running out of magazines.
I mean, we were kind of laughing in the SLT NKT game about how many times these teams would be executing unsuccessfully. I find it kind of a head scratcher that the game plan for Motive is to execute so many times. Like, they were barely able to pull it off 5v3 in the last round. They've been trying to unsuccessfully slam into this B site over and over again this half. And that's another round where they commit 2 ults to try to make it work, and they still get denied entry.
It's definitely strange. I couldn't tell you, Billy. Now footsteps heard from the back as well. Cinder able to find one more frag, one more out point. Still trying to push on through. Vera is going to be the only one with frags in this round, but unfortunately not able to do much else. 7-2 already for SLT.
Just having an issue getting out of the chokes. Like, they are playing a double burst comp, but the problem with that is you can see, I'm not sure what Wayne gets stunned by there, but he's running into backside. Vera has to refract back into B main, and essentially it's the Yoru alone by himself on the site, and nobody else can really scale out of B main or try to help him out, unfortunately. And from there, it feels very easy for SLT to defend that BXE.
Yeah, you're gonna need more. The timeout not quite there either for them. So Motive once again back to their sticks and stones, I guess, for this upcoming round.
Running the orbs. Yep, this is what he does.
Walking all the way through. He does land the first shot, but it's a quick trade from Wayne. Cinder as well, able to take down Sushi Boys on that singular lurk. Flaring also taken down. They wanted to retrieve the weapons, but no joy found for Motive. Wayne, what's your game plan here?
Try and get one? Question mark? Does have the blind side to work with. He's got a clone.
Okay.
And he does get one. Nicely done. Not sure that it's going to be too consequential. To be fair, if he does get a nice little multi-frag on in the next round, he's 4 off his Dimensional Drift. So an additional kill plus dying there does earn him enough ult points to where if he plants, if he farms up the orb, gets a multi-frag, then things can go well. Love the movements for SLT in the mid-round, by the way. Like shoving your jet down bottom middle in a coordinated fashion.
This goes here.
Actually backing him up and running down mid with him. That's what you want to be seeing. One team takes a main, you take all of the map control off of them.
Just really cuts them off at their legs, not allowing Motive to move much right now, though. More of a default approach this time.
Yeah, I mean, Motive, it's very clear they want to play a slower style here. They pulled out the op on attack. Zexy trying to contest this off angle.
Oh,
Very
no.
is one off the convergent paths.
Still, though, it's dry contact into Zexy. More successful this time for Wayne.
Nice opening pick. Jet has been punished. Motive have been able to convert these rounds where they found the man advantages. 2-man aggression up cat. Does at least tag Cinder. Wayne pushed away for the time being.
Knife in response as well, so thinking that maybe short is clear, but that information is suspect, especially with Flaring getting this kill around A main now. Cinder repositions out towards Heaven, but then it's just gonna be an incoming flood from Motive. Initially light speed, everyone TPing across. Cinder still low HP and has to back off. Recon calls that Heaven is clear. Spike plant going through.
The Sushi Boy's still on an active lurk here. I want to see how much SLT actually commit to contesting this one. The money on some of these players is a little bit on the poorer side. Maybe they are just trying to force out the conversion pass from Vera here to 100% the round. I don't want to see Motive rip it, though.
Shadows traveling.
Still got one more round left in the first half after this one. Could be very useful. Right now, just able to hold the angle. Sushi Boy's going through with the flank. And that leaves us with Klaus! Okay, able to take a quick double, but Wayne connecting the shot at the end.
I don't think they wanted to actually commit those last couple of rifles into that round. Needed to save 1 or 2 of those heading into the last round of the half. That's actually great for Motive. Nice opening pick. Well aware that Zexy does like to play on pizza. You've seen similar positioning from him a couple of times, even in this game alone. Just being aware of the Jets' tendencies on that op. Punishing it well. And then just playing the round very well from there. Ready for that mid-round aggression on Cat and just no nonsense mid to 8.
So now it's Light Shield's just for one player. SLT a little bit more hurt than expected.
Yeah, Judge out for LP. And like you said, the Stinger for Cinder with the light shields as a result of throwing away those extra 2 rifles at the end of that round and maybe committing a little bit more to that retake than they should have. Zexy again on pizza.
Huh. Yeah, with the full rifle this time, though. Just a bit of a stalemate on both ends.
Yeah, waiting out potentially the gate crash off. 2 players spotted out. And both hit with the drone tag there. Zexy peeking off the line. Able to pluck Wayne. Motive contacting up Cat. LP's just caught in the open with a Judge.
Oh my goodness. It's a quick answer back. Still, though, entry in towards A sites. Trying to look for Cinder, and there he is. Flaring, opting to run off to retrieve the spike instead of using the ultimate. So down to the trades they go. Styron able to trade blows against SLT, flaring out from the back of main, able to find the frags. It's an 8-4 first half.
Good recovery from Motive. They were really getting bodied in the opening portions of that half, but I think the prep definitely doing them wonders there. They seemed very well aware of what the tendencies would be from Zexy. Really, the game plan was to isolate the Jet and punish him, and then play from a numbers advantage there, and they were able to execute that for just enough rounds to put a respectable 4 attack rounds together on their attacking side of Ascent here. See if it's going to be enough to secure this map, and with the round diff required after this break.
Nice little brief recovery coming through from Motive, but still thinking about the round differential needed to secure top seed placing into playoffs. Right now it's SLT on the attack. Oh, hit by a shock dart around B main. Farah watching the angle as well. You've got Wayne onto the other end. Both duelists just looking for clean contact into sight and then able to gate crash away. Oh, LP though just straight on through into B. Shot down onto Styron and then for a full 3v3. Low HP, Cinder, and LP trying to secure more spacing.
They're battered and bruised, have been dinked up by the Ghost. I think LP's well aware that Wayne might have walked down middle. He's going to catch Sushi Boys, clothesline him in the side of the head. Can Wayne get active on the flank now?
It's going to have to. If Motive are to find better success in these rounds. Wayne so far able to get that one, but in with flaring, trying to go 180 against Cinder, not quite able to make it happen. SLT, both pistols picked up, just puts their opponents to sleep.
Following the anti-eco here for SLT. I mean, they're feeling a little sleepy themselves this game of Ascent. Feeling a lot easier than Haven was. It's just Motive's pick. It's another classic from them, a map where they've looked fantastic. They really are not finding much impact at all. And some of the approaches, a little bit questionable. That pistol is a bit of a death sentence when we talk about the round diff, though. They needed to win, I think, 13-10 or so. So SLT now approaching the 10th round themselves.
And let's try and push on through. SLT knows that they can really spoil this, so just going in for it and look at the rotations on the map.
Much cleaner B exec than we saw from Motive. Straight up over the top of the site, isolating the Sova in the open. All of Motive grouped up into spawn, looking for some damage. Very clear that SLT just want pace in this anti-eco. 5 stingers, man, against the pistols. They just want a brawl.
That's what it's going to come down to, it feels like. Just full-on fisticuffs around the end of this spawn area. Maybe hoping for the spike to go off.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to not give away additional ult orbs. Oh! SLT go looking, though. It's a couple more for the Blade Storm. One more for the Neural Theft as well. One more to the Null Command. Zexy gets an additional one for his Blade Storm off the back of dying there. For SLT, my big question is, yeah, now we've lost a couple of stingers, it might be less of a factor. But I think if Motive see this many stingers anti-eco, and they get caught by a quick set play or a quick execute from the team that did nothing but execute heavy style on attack against NKT, when they bought that many stingers, then that is just going to be unforgivable for me.
It begins.
Really it brings the question, you know, what the prep was going into this map, why they picked it. But one way or another, you're just going to have to keep on carrying on. Wayne now with the operator down middle, doesn't see anything. It's a full silent approach, execute style into A. True to SLT's approach. Vera quickly going across, able to snap onto the other. 2 ripped off the right off the go. Into the cage as well, though, and now it's flaring into receive. Despite Vera's casualty. Looks towards Generator and holds the angle perfectly. Last player left, and it's just Klaus. Stinger, very much heard, but swapped over to a Phantom. Still, though, the entire Motive squad right on top of things, able to find the win 5-10.
Extra trip inside the A main choke, slows things down a little bit. Heads up play for Vera to dive straight out of the tree smoke. This is what you need to see from Motive. They need to be prepped for an execute heavy style here. It was actually the Saturate as well that slows things down quite a lot. Really segments those 3 players inside of A main and allows Vera to isolate the players that are diving into sight. Both the Jet with the Tailwind as well as the Shrouded Step. This is how Motive need to play against SLT's style. They need to be prepped for a lot of quite quick sight executes.
Just quick and ready to receive. Oh, Zexy, though.
He's got a lot of space up Cat here. He's just flaring on this A side of the map with the rest of Motive really trying to pick apart any kind of a default. Vera running out of time. Spotted out by the drone. Now he's in a bit of an awkward situation. Going to drop the Saturate and Lightspeed away.
It's heavy utility usage, though.
And Wayne's on the line. Just waiting for someone on Cat to make a mistake here.
Cutting through.
So far, none yet. Just baiting it out. Drones to check and clear, but nothing spotted. It's a gap in the middle.
Going to be a mid to B here for SLT for sure. Don't know if it's been checked. Cam will at least spot out the Jet. Here comes the Exi.
He's just gonna have to tuck in, play anchor on the site. Sushi Boys alongside Siren. Rotation's already on the way, but through the fragment, Sexy is slipped towards the back. Sushi Boys in with the trades as well. Alongside Siren, still alive on the site, trying to play around the smokes. Tucked underneath, they managed to capitalize, and it's LP to hop around, but no success at dodging. Motive are still able to scrounge the round up.
Yeah, perfect supportive utility there for flaring. Bunker smoke inside of the site to help Sushi Boys buy more and more time. Great paranoia coming in on the rotation there as well. Flaring's done them a whole lot of favors. And that's just another perfect example of Zexy being absolutely ruthless. Man just loves to run through smokes, be hyper aggressive. Money's a little bit skew-if now for SLT. Gonna have to take a backseat for this round, but slowly but surely feels like Motive are starting to get rolling here.
We'll see if they can make it clean for the 13-10, but right now,
Oh
no,
dear!
He's caught by the wall! Converger paths at least to kind of stifle out the round.
It's not going to do anything, though. There's no one that can capitalize off of that. That was purely for flaring. I was just singing his praises about how well he's piloting the Omen kit. That is a pretty huge mistake. Rifle in the hands of LP now. Sushi Boys have cleared all of this B control. Wayne's all the way down middle. They know where SLT are. The only question is, can you hold them?
I know exactly. Right around the smoke. At least they've managed to bring rotations onto the site now. Especially Sushi Boys clearing out the whole of B. Wayne has got to land his shots and...
Oh, cancelled by Sushi Boys. I don't know if he would have finished that. He had a rifle, definitely looking for that pick up against the Cypher. Vera trying to catch them on the cross here, being pressured quite heavily by all of SLT. A 1-for-1 is not good enough.
Oh, this is just so impressive coming through from SLT, but still Styron manages to hold it down! Just into the blender, a singular player! LP, though, all the way out from A main, footsteps heard, knows that he wants to spike. SLT just needs to play the crossfire right. But LP's playing it so sick, he isolates them one by one! A Zowie clutch for SLT! Big error in A main there by flaring. You cannot be TPing in the open and handing a Vandal to the player that puts a 1v2 clutch together and goes on to put 4 kills together for SLT. A round that they never even expected to get. Convergent paths jumped in A main just to try to save flaring there as well. It bankrupts them financially in terms of ult economy, and it completely breaks their mental here. Just the slight mistakes, and this is the whole aftermath of it. Into the execute out from Motive, though. Trying to look for players around tiles, around B lobby.
Yeah. It's a good opening to the round. KO ult now can't kick off one of these executes. Outlaws out here. 4Zexy spotting out one of these players. Everyone with light armor by Sushi Boys and Wayne. So if he did connect with Vera there, he was a dead man. SLT gonna have to rework this B main control. Shock Dart being held off of Flaring's contact here.
Ooh. It's timed pretty nicely as well. Just a bit of chip damage still. As you mentioned, SLT reworking this.
Softens up Klaus. Gets rid of the trip as well, which opens up some flank potential.
Wayne clearing out all of A main as well, so calls information to the rest of the Motive squad, but Zexy just continues to push and push! Selflessly as ever, one player down, the other one hiding around the off angle. It's LP! Klaus takes down the site as well. Just all around it now, trying to hold out towards the back of spawn. Sushi Boys leave Styron alone and cold abandoned. LP will come in through to secure map point.
Yeah, SLT really putting Motive under pressure now. Money is broken. Feels a little bit too easy for them. Recovering well after getting a full set play to the backside of B main. SLT started that round with the mad disadvantage. They just waltzed their way into B main despite losing the opening pick, taking significant damage, pushing their way through B main. So many tells that Motive would have had to read into, but they still couldn't hold the B site quack.
And looking at this buy as well, I don't think they can hold this round either. Possible full contact execute in towards A. Got 3 players hovering around, but Flaring, unfortunately, will be the first to cool down. Sushi Boys then to hold on to site, but Vera's gone too. It's just a stinger from Sushi Boys, and it will not amount to much. Everyone from SLT taking more space. Klaus out from window. Wayne, what have you got? Just a judge in hand. And he's able to find one infraction for the time being. Swaps over to the rifle, but still 3 more hostiles to deal with.
Cutting through.
Straight onto the site. At least he's got the full kit. Uses the clone to try to bait out and find information. Find where his opponents are located. wants to go in to check out hell, but so much noise, and Oods LP just able to swing out. Final frag found. We're going to map number 3.
Another 4K from LP to secure it there. I mean, Wayne, he started off this Ascension Bangkok tournament with an outrageous performance on the Yoru on Ascent, but even that 1v4 was a bridge too far for him. Motive now have to come to realization with the fact that they could be sent into the lower bracket here. And that is going to be a very bitter pill to swallow. There are so many strong teams at this event. As mentioned before we even got that first map started, I'm extremely concerned for a Motive that starts off the playoffs in the lower bracket. They're a team that can sometimes completely go missing. This map is a perfect example of that. And I'm not sure that they have the consistency that they really need to be able to get themselves a spot in Pacific if they start in the lower bracket of the playoffs, Quack.
It pains me to say, but you're absolutely right. I mean, you just see all of it happen, as you mentioned, all on this map. Just at times, not quite able to find the rounds that they need or the plays that they need. Sometimes a bit questionable as well. The slight mistakes, and it's, you know, just for example, right? One missed TP and the whole round's lost.
Yeah, 100%. That was a backbreaker. Those are the kind of rounds that really just tilt you. You know, you are hoping to be able to put together a bit of a comeback on that defensive side. They were starting to get rolling, but yeah, exactly that. When you're this far behind, courtesy of a great defensive half there from SLT and a pistol one, all it does take is that one mistake and the map is over, and unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. So, look, the devs were asking for it. They wanted to see Sunset. They wanted to see what Motive had prepped against this style that SLT has already shown, which are, you know, we've already seen ruthless from pretty much everyone on SLT in this map. They were all itching to dive into spawn side and disrupt the rotations. It wasn't just Sexy. All of these players were playing with so much confidence this map. So looking at the diabolical comp that they have ready for Sunset, you already know that they're going to be sending it.
For sure, man. I mean, throughout the entire first half, sure, Zexy on the operator, but Klaus alongside Suna, they were the ones who anchored down this B site repeatedly. It just blocked off Motive's executes or attempts at executes, and at the same time, Zexy on the attack as well. So we're going to toss it back over to the desk to break down the entirety of this ascent.
Ooh, Morgan, it's feeling a little bit more quiet on the Motive side this time around, and there's a lot more jeers, a lot more cheers, a lot more yelling coming out from the side of SLT, and this scoreline shows exactly why. 13-6 on Motive's map pick here.
A lot more yawning coming out from the side of SLT, trying to show how tired and unbothered they are by that disappointing first map. And they turned it right the way around. It looks like the polar opposite. They were the much more dominant team here. Motive, you know, losing that pistol, losing that bonus, just could not find momentum. I feel like that, on top of a couple of key rounds, we look at that LP clutch in short, the 1 versus 2, little things like that just stopped Motive from getting a foothold, getting any momentum coming into this game. And SLT, this is much more what we've come to expect from them now. So I was hoping for a map 3. I didn't see the maps going quite this way. I was hoping for the opposite, if anything, but I think Sunset still will be an ultimate banger.
Yeah, I mean, mad respect to SLT, despite the momentum and the energy really coming out from Motive in the first map, they were able to bring it back here, especially since, again, this is Motive's map pick, and we have seen what they can do on Ascent previously, right? So for SLT, I totally agree with you. It was those little moments that really, you know, it took us to the outcome of this map. Those little 1v2s, those little, you know, little rotations around the map that really helped SLT clutch out this win. Because I think that if Motive really just carried over the momentum that they had in the first map, I feel like if they, you know, just sprinkled a little bit more W on themselves as they did in the first map, I think it would have been a different story.
I mean, I think this is definitely the worrying thing about Motive, is we've seen it all in this series. In map 1, when they're strong, they're so strong. Map 2, they didn't look good at all. So they want to avoid that lower bracket at all costs to give themselves a second life. But there's one person who wants to make sure he's at the top of the group now, and it's Zuna. Big respect for Zuna, as well as Klaus, actually, I want to shout out for really bouncing back after a disappointing map 1. As Quack was saying, those two together on that B site really put up the numbers, did their job so well, and stopped Motive's game plan in its tracks.
Yeah, these guys are just so good, especially since they were playing from a deficit, right? You didn't expect them to actually be able to pop off the way they did, but it's so reassuring also that they're able to just start on a blank slate, which is incredibly powerful on the side of SLT. And speaking of blank slates, it looks as though we're on a 1-1 now, and we go into a map 3, which will be Sunset. And this is a big question mark coming out from Motive. So really interested to see what they will have planned on this. And for SLT, well, we'll see if they can keep what they have on this map going. But for now, we're going to get into a quick break. We will be right back.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. We're on to map number 3 now between SLT and Motive Esports. And we knew this was going to be a coin flip, but we thought it was going to go the other way. We thought that SLT was going to take Haven. They did not. And we thought that Motive was going to take Ascent. They did not. But now it all comes to a head here on Sunset. And as we were saying, you know, SLT, they do have a game plan on this map, but Motive, still a little bit of a question mark. It's been a while since we've seen them on Sunset.
Yeah, Sunset is different in this veto from what we've seen from the other two. In the other two maps, there was complete information. Both teams understood the compositions that were going to be played. Now, it's very, very different because SLT have shown their unique composition on this map, bringing out the double duelist with the chamber, and Motive yet to show it in this tournament. So I think they've had more time and they will have been able to watch what SLT were doing and prep with a little bit more of an advantage than SLT have heading into this. That doesn't mean to say they have the advantage because momentum is very much in SLT's favor, but I'm very curious as to the answers Motive will have cooked up here moving into map 3.
Yeah, especially since the map loss on Ascent, there were some rounds that really slipped away from Motive's fingers, and it was in a very frustrating way too. You know, compared to Haven, where in SLT there were just some rounds where like, well, we really can't do anything against that, so I guess we just shrug it off. But for Motive, it was a lot closer, and it boiled down to just minor individual mistakes, which can be a lot, you know, more tilting. So coming here into Sunset, I hope they get that reset, really drill down, and really just start on this blank slate.
Yeah, very much so. We're going to have the agents of that coming in just a second. When we saw Motive play in Split 3, they were running with a Breach Neon kind of style. So let's see what they're bringing today. And it's very, very different. So we're seeing that solo duelist Neon bringing out Viper and Sage. This is a lot of stopping power, but I think the key question is how do you deal with this op? So SLT, I think they're going to be fine on this attacking side, but as we saw Ewok say, how do you defend with this composition? And Klaus's answer was, we simply shoot them. We just stand there and we're going to shoot them. So Motive need to disrupt that. I need to see good coordinated util to be able to give this chamber on Klaus a very, very hard game, especially as we move towards that second half.
Yeah, wise words indeed. Just shoot them. And rumor has it that is how you win Valorant. You just shoot them. Let's hope that they can though, because as you mentioned, there's a lot of stopping power here. I mean, you have double smokes, you have double control. Also, that's a lot of cover. And then you have the wall. So let's see how SLT managed to solve this problem as we toss it on over to Quack and Pilsky.
Thank you very much, Mika, and Big Time. It definitely can feel quite problematic at times, but also, with the fact that Klaus has been keeping up form onto this chamber now, I'm getting a little bit worried, Pilsky.
Yeah, he was really shooting pretty hard there on Ascent, so he's going to be a bit of a problem here on the chamber. Have already seen it be a central agent and at the core of a lot of teams' approaches so far here at Ascension Pacific Bangkok. In particular, Velocity is kind of that agent that I feel like we saw a little bit more in the European meta on certain maps. Already to start things off here, SLT are eyeing up that A site. It's only Sushi Boys over here while the rest of Motive focus on middle. They'll have a quick rotation to short here. See if they're able to flood back into A in time.
At least Sushi Boys does have the full kit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to at least stall and slow SLT down that much. He hears maybe more than one player, instantly puts down the double slow, walls off. Okay, the back end available as well, but still needing to stay alive. Has the clout to play around, but look at how XLT are moving all across the site already. Oh my goodness, they've slipped through around! And unfortunately, that's where Sushi Boys meets his doom. Quick movements coming through from Motive as well, but it's just flaring up from the top of Link, getting domed. Klaus continuing with the Headhunter as well, and it's doing so much damage, even had a good couple of tags onto Styron. Motive had no legs in this race.
Yeah, SLT slowed down, but not stopped. Unfortunately, Sushi Boys just left a little bit lacking hiding. Coming out of the orb there, was not expecting the full dry contact approach up into the side for SLT. He's walking back into A there like it's an empty site, like they're still sitting up in elbow. He's got absolutely no idea. And unfortunately, the rest of Motive, I don't mind the game plan to so aggressively go towards the flank when there's no hard senti. I don't even know if there's a trademark on the flank there from Klaus, but unfortunately couldn't find that flank timing that they were looking for. Big stack up in elbow here. Motive expecting an A default to open for SLT, but it's just Klaus here trying to bait out whatever he can with the rendezvous. Doesn't spot out the flank coming in from Motive. This could be a good timing here.
Maybe, if not for the trademark. Now spotted. Klaus instantly turning around. SLT just have full control, but Klaus, goes down. Just a ghost. Nothing to worry about. We're good.
Zexy takes that as an invitation to just push straight through the middle of the map. And again, try to farm himself another Blade Storm. Styron gonna right-click him. Take him out of the equation. And SLT in the meanwhile, just getting the spike down on B, keeping things pretty standard.
Yeah. Trying to keep this round that way. Also, slight minimal investments coming through from SLT. They might actually start to lose their grip over this round. Especially that frag from flaring now. Players with the positions, especially Cinders up on top of this box. Maybe spotted at the end, but doesn't quite matter if LP lands all the shots through and through. SLT managed to clean up the round.
Did get a little bit expensive, but as you mentioned, I think they came into that round with some ghosts, with some marshals, not the full investment. You can see bottom left corner of your screen there, Zexy didn't even have full armor, which is why he cops the right click so cleanly from Styron. Has seemed to be the approach from SLT. They do tend to underspend a little bit anti-eco, sometimes going for stingers and light armor. In that case, down to a few pistols and some marshals to make sure that their bonus has enough rifles to be competitive.
It really feels like that's exactly what SLT's looking for. Either way, as long as they take the map, trying to secure the top seat placing makes it that much easier. Right now, their Motive. Couple of spams, presence confirmed. They will back off.
Flaring to defend the B execute. Just gonna forfeit the site. Not feeling bold enough to actually contest here. Just gonna wait for Motive to rotate into position. How will SLT play this post plan?
Spike drop.
Tell you what, though, Affiliates, probably going to be a lot of crossfires towards the back end of elbow. Watch your eyes towards market as well, but Cinder's already prepared, and soon enough, maybe the dark cover will even refresh. Trying to play around the site. Motive. They do have their own kits of utility as well, and it's just going to start with Vera just simply sliding across. Wayne in with the plays from the other angles as well, and it's Zuna trying to hold off with his shots. He actually just microflicks all across the site, collecting up to the Predator ace on the ground.
What on earth is that? That is unbelievable from Zuna. Are they checking his PC? I didn't see who that was. I think it was Zuna at the end. They gotta double check his PC. That's not supposed to be allowed. You're not supposed to 1v5 the entire enemy team as they're coming in for the retake together. That is ridiculous. Doesn't seem like whatever problem there was has elapsed. I don't know who had the tech issue there. Zuna having no issues closing out that bonus to SLT. Glass now going on the offensive. Taking Vera out of the equation. Things starting to go bad for worse. Starting to spiral out of control for a Motive that had hopes of securing themselves at least a second seed here.
Oh, it's just not quite happening. Cinder for the trade. Now you've got the trademark and everything else as well. Maybe footsteps heard. Klaus will back off safely. Even holding the angle as well. Spots out Wayne by the model. A flawless just sweeped on up.
Jesus. It's starting to feel like this game's already over. Unfortunately, I don't know if Motive can recover from that 5k on the bonus. It's essentially a 1v4 in a matter of seconds. Now a very routine, very easy anti-eco for an SLT that just builds up more and more economy. Can now show some different looks. Two of the forces ready to go on Klaus. Hunter's Fury's there for Zuna. No doubt that he would have had it given how many kills he got on the bonus there. Big fight over A control.
Who's next? Oh, straight on through. It's Motive once again trying to go in for the fights, but it's not happening as the gate crash goes all the way through LP. Unfortunately shut down, but oh, it's Siren's Hunter's Fury now. Managing to reach across the map, but Zexy all the way up middle. Managing to put some damage us into this picket fence too. Sushi Boys, wow, just trying to play around the wall. Jumps across with the operator into the shorty. Able to find one, but Cinder for the trade. Zexy now Look at how far he's going. Spots out Siren towards the back, but Siren manages to flick. 1v1, and it's Cinder for the full TP across to get the spike down on B.
Nice open plant. Styron does have drone ready to go. Dart will be coming off of cooldown. Patience from Styron. Able to win that 1v1. That is so important for Motive. So important. That is a case of Zexy potentially overstepping there on spawn side. Should never have been given multiple 1v1s to work with. You can tell the SLT are really feeling their oats, and it's very important that Motive shut them down in moments like these.
Pretty nice Zowie clutch coming through from the IGL of Motive, but you're absolutely right. I mean, so many of these plays where it just feels so nerve-wracking. Either side could have lost it at any moment. SLT had it though, and because of Zexy and pushing all the way deep, you know, trying to get that kill, unfortunately, it just doesn't quite pay off.
that was their reaction to losing the round. SLT seeming entirely unbothered.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah. Definitely not worried at all. Now his presence confirmed into B as well. It's just going to be further stalls and slows. At least, well, now it's Sushi Boys over onto the B site. The wall's off the market area as well.
Shutting the door. Multiple slow orbs.
No.
Two of the forces out for Klaus. He was looking to try to catch some rotations. He's at least seen the rotations. He's told SLT about them. They're making their way back towards A. Motive have 5 players on this B site. Trying to deal with this execute heavy style.
And then look at this. Lo and behold, it's the tour de force up towards the rotations. Those kills slow. Motive cannot cross that simply, that safely anymore, especially with LP still lurking. It's a double position. Klaus has already gone off to rendezvous with the rest of the team. And LP is just collecting all of this juicy information. The spike going through. LP whiffing the shot. But it's enough presence that it keeps Motive at bay. In for the Hunter's Fury from Zuna. Vera, already pushed all the way past spawn. Wants to go in deep. You've got flaring out towards the back end as well. But Klaus, he just punches through. Online for the A. Cinder to clean it up.
Oh no, it really just feels like Motive have mentally boomed at this point. Even past winning that 1-on-2. Feels like SLT are all over them. A 5-man rotation simply off the back of pressure towards that B site. And then Klaus just cuts the map in half, walking dry up middle with the 2 of the force out. Catching Motive on every little off angle. And you can see there's layers and layers to these rounds for SLT. If it's not Klaus to get it done, you have LP on a lurk on the Yoru, who goes completely unchecked. Even he doesn't get very much done. It feels like even if one player on SLT doesn't find what they're looking for, somebody else is going to come up with the goods. And I haven't seen anyone on Motive step up to that level yet.
Right? We saw it on the first map, but Ascent and Sunset, you know, it's just not there at all. Otherwise, this is a tactical masterclass coming through from SLT. The mid-rounding is phenomenal. Motive, yeah, this time out, they really need to get their heads in the game.
SLT wanting to fight for that undisputed #1 spot in the group and stamp their dominance here at Ascension Pacific Bangkok. Wanting to show that there's yet another Korean team that can just dominate the tournament. At least in the early stages. We have to wait and see or reserve our expectations for playoffs. For Motive, though, I mean, I don't have the exact number for you, but I know that they had to stop SLT on this map to try to avoid that 3rd seed, and there's no way that this is going to be a one-sided game for Motive, even if they are to win it.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Just gonna have to hope that you win the map at this point. Not think too much about the other conditions. Right now, though, the gun's not supporting them. Just needing to TP out into safety, but Zexy's on the hunt. Out with the blades, looking for the heads. And a relay bolt to kind of slow him down for the time being.
Just relaying, bolting into position on Jenny, while the rest of SLT set up the post plant. Paranoia looking to disrupt. Headhunter is down because Klaus is dead, so Flaring can go unchecked on the flank here potentially, but it seems like Zuna's watching it.
Wanting to keep that gun within control, not wanting to give anything else up to Motive. Zuna, though, then goes into peek, and he finds more flicks! This guy is precise! Flaring, though, out to punch back into the Outlaw, and Cinder to continue to hold as well. They will swing out together into the final player of Motive. Another round for SLT.
Time for Motive to come up with the goods on their next gun round. They've been getting battered on this defensive half by an SLT that looks like they're in complete control. Zuna just continues to show that he can deliver star-level performances from the Recon ENIT role, which, funnily enough, has been a role that's been hard for some of these Tier 1 teams in Korea to fill. So I think if SLT goes to Pacific or not, he's definitely got himself a spot somewhere.
Incredible. And right now, he's just going full execute style around the Cloudburst, and Paranoia is coming through from Motive as well. Vera, he's trying to pick his targets bit by bit, but LP has found two. Rendered response. Sexy to shoot back against Vera, and all of a sudden, the A site is open for business.
Oh, it looked like it was going so well for Motive. Multiple players full blind, but when the dust clears, SLT are still ahead. Plant down on Gen. Klaus just continuing to be a pest inside, and middle Sushi Boy's having to spend so much time clearing all of those additional angles. And even once they do that, they're going to run into LP on the off angle here.
Oh, and it's an operator as well. He jumps across, hoping to find the pick, but no! LP! He even swing shot down flaring a 4K in the round for this guy.
Just so much confidence, man. They're not even shooting back at him. He's going for these wide drive. Picks up the collat headshot off the back of the gate crash into elbow. That's why that round felt like it was going so well for Motive. They started it beautifully. They get 2 kills for free inside of A main, and then LP collat headshots them, and Zexy peeks out A main lane, gets his.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Motive. They're broke again, man. When will it end?
Maybe soon enough if SLT puts them out of their misery with these shots. Wayne, though, quick contact in towards tiles. Paranoia out into flaring as well. Trying to hold the angle, so but he goes down. It's the rifles from Zuna, and he's here to play again. On to the 4th. This guy is just unstoppable right now.
It feels like he's deathmatching. He's untouchable in the server. Oh my lord. This is, I feel like, the 3rd or the 4th time this game inside of A main that Klaus has just 1v1 Vera and just killed him 3 seconds into the round.
Oh my god.
SLT are just hitting their stride right now.
Hey guys, thank you, kid.
Wow. Yep.
It's nice that he's polite as well. He might be a savage in the server, but he, you know, he's polite as well.
Can't forget your manners.
His mother raised him very well.
Love to see that. The Korean boys. But it's gonna be now flaring. Full buys back from Motive to try to regain some control of this map. So worrisome though, Pilly. Toxic screen down. I don't know if it's gonna be able to come back up soon enough. Trying to stagger the approach out from SLT, able to take down the first player, but Sexy off to the other end! Now even able to hold the off angle, it goes unchecked, Vera not able to respond! Siren Sushi Boys, they're way too far. Sexy's just gonna continue to push on up, and he's got Klaus around the back. Really puts things in check, puts things in perspective for Motive. They know that the other end of that wall, other end of that corner is not clear. It's too hot. Off to this crossfire as well? As soon as they swap on out, Cinder around the back end goes unchecked. The high-low from the main area. This round, it's already been written in stone. Sushi Boys is gonna try anyway, but into the operator from Klaus, it's Christmas time.
Oh my god. I mean, SLT coming into this tournament described themselves as reckless, and I didn't see it personally in their opening game. Hadn't been familiar as much with some of their games in the Korean scene. Now I get it. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. These guys are ruthless. The approach very much is like, shoot me or I'm going to shoot you. Executing the sites over and over and over again. Just 5-man A, 5-man B, and throwing the gauntlet down at Motive and saying, if you can't hold this execute, like, we're just gonna roll over you. And it feels like, you know, Motive, they might have a good play or two. Like, you even saw it there on the B site hold. They're able to get 1 or 2 picks back. It looks like they're starting to successfully hold the site, but there's just so many heavy hitters on the side of SLT. Like, somebody eventually is gonna break through and get a multi-frag. In that case, it was Zexy. You know, you can kill the first 1 or 2 players, but once that one player gets in pole position to multi-frag, it's still gonna be over for you.
That's exactly what just happened. You know, Motive. Again, these guys are the top seed from Challengers SEA as well, but this does not feel good. And at the same time, apart from the fact that they could lose this series, which does put SLT up on top for the entire seeding process, Motive losing this, and then if Boom wins the other as well, if they go in with a lower bracket seeding, they could be knocked out really early on in the playoffs. You don't want that.
Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury here for SLT. Gonna be very hard to hold.
Oh my goodness, just right on through. Vera at least able to snipe down 2 with the slides. Still though, Wayne out towards the back end, able to deny that Dimensional Drift. Zuna as well. A quick B main hold and take into the spike on the ground. Trying to spot out Klaus as well. Keeping the crosshairs trained towards this one spot, but Klaus with the operator punches through.
Finally some balls from Motive. Getting in SLT's face, taking the fight to them. Off angle from Styron here. Looking to go unchecked. Klaus picks up the spike, just walks into the open arms of Styron. Wasn't quite locked in enough. Sushi Boy's going to hold the res. And pick up another rifle to end that round for Motive. I mean, it should have already been done. About 5 seconds in. Really nice set play in there. Vera sliding in, multi-fragging. Zuna not quick enough to trade. And Wayne dealing with an LP coming out of his Dimensional Drift with the judge. Key impact kill there. 2 is still not enough for Motive.
No, sir. At least trying to make it a 3. That's why Sushi Boy's held on to that res. So we'll see if this B main presence continues to pay off. So far, so good. As Vera finds dividends for the rest of Motive. Instantly ripped by Zexy, but all of a sudden now SLT discouraged from once again setting foot back into B.
Continually disrupting them inside of B main. Vera's gone 1 for 2 rounds in a row, flaring. Now taking matters into his own hands. He's had a very rough half, but he's got a great timing here. Zexy doesn't check him, and it's trigger discipline from flaring. He could definitely get 2.
Toxins going up.
Now we'll just get the 1 and get away. Confirms it at the very least, but Cinder spots him out towards the back. Still though, it's a 2v4.
Cinder can TP anywhere on the map here, so if Klaus is able to find an opening or 2, they could very quickly put a post plant together. He's going to TP into the back of the B side just for information, spotting out Wayne. Klaus now aware that there is one player over there.
And making use of that dismissal of the TP to try to push up, but Styron quickly to check. Cinder at least able to take down one more. Trying to look for the optional route in towards A.
Gonna have space over on spawn side here for Cinder. Secondary dart cover up in 8 seconds, so you can cut off some of these angles here. Gonna plant over on the backside of site.
Spike planted.
Sushi Boys with the operator as well. Just checking if Cinder does walk back into sight. Doesn't though. Cinder, he's trying to cut them off in the rotations. He hears all of these footsteps. Maybe potential for a quick double kill or something. And there he goes! Oh, into the burst. Sushi Boys there to save the day for Motive.
Took absolutely everything out of there to put that 3-on-1 together. Cinder, almost another heart-stopping moment for Motive. 3 rounds on the defensive side, and it took them so long to get there. 2 back-to-back, courtesy of Vera's B main aggression at the end of the half. Oh, they've just been battered on their defense. SLT just running them down all half long, relentlessly, Quack.
I guess, unfortunately, that's kind of what happens. They didn't play a single ascent throughout this entire group, showing off a different composition, but the Sage maybe not quite paying off the way that they wanted it to on the A site. Finally, towards the end, I mean, still, it's gone way too far off. SLT have just found utter dominance all throughout. That said, it's just the first half. It's a 9-3 after all. We'll see what happens after this little break. It is now 9-3, and Motive are going to need so much more if they are to make this competitive.
Absolutely. SLT, it's just sharp mechanical skill. Very straightforward approaches executed very brilliantly. And the defense here, just a trademark, holding on to that B site for now. LP hanging around in the vicinity. Motive will at least get control of the site for the time being. See if they end up getting picked off in the cross. LP sticking around. His gate crash has elapsed now.
It's just going to come down to the shots. At least the team has rotated over, but all right. Right clicks from Starent to punch through. Eating shock darts as well, though, but managing to get out of range for now. Trying to set up the crossfires with the rest of the team with the spike planted as well. More slows coming through.
Yeah, wall across market as well. Very hard to get back into this site for SLT. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They have got a paranoia.
Just trying to set it up through market at least. In comes the push out from Boba. Zexy, the first one to go, but Sushi Boys finding successful flicks. Just Zuna left. Now you can see the effects of the Sage on this attacking side, but it's just a pistol. You're still going to need a lot to go.
Bit of an overextension there for LP. You've seen moments where SLT were punished thus far on Sunset in a few instances. Usually doesn't end up losing them the round, but losing the Yoru there, not having an extra blindside to be able to break some of this disruptive utility in the post plant. Definitely hurt them a little.
Let's go.
When they get into the B site for free and they get the wall down, multiple slow orbs, things like that. I mean, similar to the Deadlock, the Sage is just so hard to retake back into.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, fair enough. Nothing to retake if you're able to just hold out the round main, though. Yeah. That's what Klaus is looking to do with the rest of the team. Eco round, after all. Hearing slight steps and drops, so a bit of nerves on the other end, but they managed to get away safely. Rendezvous spent. Smokes set up.
Multiple layers of bait there for SLT. The Yoru clears all the B main and gate crashes away, trying to bait them into the chamber, who rendezvous out. Motive still don't take the bait. They don't pull the trigger on the B execute. Now Zexy's crept across to the boxes. Klaus spotted walking down tiles. I think they know Zexy's here. There's multiple pings here for Motive.
That was the reaction.
How is he alive?
Okay. Still dead at the end. We're good, Philly. It's fine.
Managed to healed back up as well.
Yeah, hunting down the Spectre at least, but yeah, there we go. So relatively safe for now, just trying to find or get the right mid-round call into a site. They've managed to split up SLT's defenses and flaring, carefully clearing out each corner. Off to the back end, LP noted. One more player with a recon as well around the end of that smoke, so in goes more players from Motive, but at least they get the spike down.
It's peppering away at some of those players on spawn. Objective of the round really just comes down to damage here for SLT. They've earned themselves a pretty big lead in their opening half.
Yeah, trying to make it as clean as possible, try to snowball the lead into something bigger, but there it goes. Motive now continuing to push on up, looking for the hunt. Klaus with the off angle towards the back end. Suna not able to find too much though, and it will just be a majority of Motive to mop up the round.
Yeah, didn't lose too many guns there. Flaring only comes into that round with the ghost, so they're able to recycle the weapon. Couple moments where things get a little bit awkward, a little bit tentative for a Motive that when they're playing their A game, when they're looking good, they tend to be pretty free flow, similar to what you're seeing from SLT. Things tend to go pretty smoothly from them. You're seeing a little bit of indecision. It's very clear that the last map in this opening half from SLT have knocked their confidence a little, but they're starting to play their way back into this game.
Toxins going up.
That didn't need that resurgence coming through. Right now, though, oh my goodness. Complete stops on both ends. You're seeing the clone as well, so suddenly concerned as to where some of these players could be from SLT, but Klaus has to hold off into elbow. 2 kills mopped up upon, and it's Vera for the trade. Still significant damage dealt against their opponents. SLT have a good chance at finally the retake. The wall chipped away bit by bit. Wayne trying to hold out around the angle. SLT beginning to make their move. They still have all those pieces of utility as well. Zexy will be the first point of contact, but just quickly dashes away for the rest of the team to trade up. SLT off of the lead. They found and secured double digits.
It's just unreal from Klaus. Like, he's on elbow. He's tagged by a drone. He's got someone running at him from side and 2 players charging him on elbow, and he still gets 2. That's what it takes to take this man down. You're getting fought by 3 players and you're tagged by a Sober drone. He's still good for 2. If this continues, like, it's just unwinnable for Motive. If you cannot stop SLT from multi-fragging time after time, you're not going to be able to win this game. They need clean entries. They need much better trades than you're seeing them get.
And that kind of comes with the game plan and the confidence as well, but it's not there right now. Starring without any armor either. Just trying to work alongside this toxic screen, but it's quickly checked by Klaus. LP now with the judge slips on through! And that is just such a big fish to catch!
We still have the res from Sushi Boys to help kind of equalize the numbers. Over on the other side of the map, Cinder sneaking out into B main, checked well by Styrant. He had no armor, so we needed a duel on the off angle there. Able to find it. Motive with the man advantages now. Trying to slow this one down. Zexy pushing straight down the middle of the map. Gonna be able to re-clear all of A here.
Still though, tactical protocols for Motive. They held the angle but got shot down by Zexy with a singular tap. And that might be all that SLT needs to call the hit onto the B site.
LP's over here. Does still have that judge in hand. No gate crash, so he's hard committed in this one and done angle.
Oh, the blind sight could do so much though. Committed or not. Recon Bolt comes in clear. Spike getting planted around the safer default spots. But the drone goes through. Oh, he takes the shot! Still though, Sushi Boys goes down and suddenly it's Sexy out from market. Styron unable to withstand or hold. SLT are now up to 11.
He's thrown the blind side at him. Don't think that SLT even thought Motive would wrap through into sight there. Flash in hand. Thought LP would be caught there, but he's still able to get one. That's just a scenario where, look, Motive, they find the man advantage. That's just unbelievably sharp in class, by the way. They find the man advantage, or at least even up the numbers. I think they were 4v3 at one point, post the Sage res at that point in the round, but Zexy just walks straight down mid, catches them on the rotation,
Aww.
and then gets the 2k to end things out. I mean, yeah.
He's polite.
I think
and
if you're
kind,
standing
Philly.
up, yeah, he's concerned for them. I think if you're standing up and looking at Motive's expressions right now, you probably would be.
It really starts to get away from you. Definitely inside of Motive's heads right now. This potentially the final round where Motive have forced and bought on up, but it's a quick execute from SLT. 2 players instantly gone. The Hunters were spent as well, but to no eventuation. Everyone just held out a side of A main, trying to creep on up. LP in the corner once again with the judge.
I mean, there's just been 4 players on this site for SLT. There should be a mop up for LP.
He's just getting ready to go. Spots him out around it. Continuing with the stutter step. Wayne able to trade back, but will that be enough? Styron's been marked. Wayne will swing off to the fences, into the site, but SLT doesn't let that happen. It's just too much presence. It's too threatening.
Wayne can TP to the other side of the map, but doesn't know where Klaus is. Klaus starting to close in on this flank. SLG just looking to keep them contained. They know that they don't need to hunt Motive. Motive need to make the first move
30
here.
seconds left.
And with every little bit as well, Klaus can slowly scale forward. He spots him out one by one. It's just Styron left. And that's exactly where Zexy will pin him down. SLT now up to series point.
Smiles on all of these players' faces. In a much better performance. This is such a dirty setup. Cinder taking first contact with the Neon, who slides into sight. And after the Neon's already cleared all of that space, you see the Jet Zexy float up on top of the double stack. So that's all already cleared space on short for Motive. As far as they're concerned, there's no one on top of the double box, and that's where Zexy is just sitting on a disgusting off angle while you try to follow up on the Neon and trade him down.
It's just round to round as well. You go from A to B. And now Klaus a little bit hard. Oh, he still lets the shot! Nary by a pixel! Re-peeking again with LP. Added measure onto this judge. Players from Motive so cautious now. Able to find slight trades. Zuna holding the linear angle, calls information. LP just here to punish and pin them all down one by one. He goes dimensional drift. Wayne feels nervous, a little bit uncertain, tries to hang back, flaring. They're all trying to mark towards the back of it, but he's managed to get out with gate crash.
Zone still draining the back inside of B main here. Orb goes up from the attackers to try to create a little bit more space. LP takes that as an invitation to close out the series for SLT. What a dominant reverse sweep from them today, Quack.
It just goes through so cleanly, all the way from Ascent up to this point. You saw him yawning, you saw him taunting their opponents, and they deserve it, of course. I mean, just being able to dish out round after round. The confidence just surmounts up.
They have earned their spot at the top of the group. Motive gonna take a bow here. They have secured themselves, I believe, still pending the results of the second series, the third seed. So I think that Motive will be the team that's down there in that lower bracket. I'm quite worried for them to be able to grind their way through that playoff bracket, through the lowers. All it's going to take is one bad couple of maps for Motive, but they've already shown a few shockers here at Ascension to be knocked out of the tournament. But SLT, we see them just play their way into form through this tournament. It was a rough, shaky start against NKT to kick things off, but the more games that these guys play in here in Bangkok, the better and better and the more dominant that they look.
It really does, all throughout the group stage. So, I mean, this confirms it's going to be that 4-0 win for them throughout the entire group, and it just ushers in a new era of Korean dominance. Nongshim maybe this time not as clean, but this is just whole different shades of gameplay and style. The fact that you got players like Sexy, but now Klaus as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that a lot of teams are going to be watching. SLT, whoever their next opponent is, that was honestly the nail in the coffin. That ended the series on the spot. Zuna 1v4ing like that to be able to shut Motive down, who were hoping to start to get started on their defense coming in for that retake. They're playing Sage Viper, you know, this kind of comp that can slow SLT down, keep them kind of in check, but they just never had the economy to do it. SLT ran away with this game from the get-go, full momentum, full confidence, all of these guys just brimming with it and swinging everything. So I think going further through this tournament, that's something that their next opponent is going to have to consider in spades. You need to punish these guys when they're going hyper-aggressive, when they're playing this reckless. You need to be ready for them to swing you in the mid-round, or they are going to inflict serious punishment.
Undoubtedly. It's structured, it's tactical. You saw some of the mid-rounding calls on their attacking side as well. And that's just another bizarre thing to me too. I mean, you mentioned this comp a little bit, and it's, you got a Jet, you got a Chamber. Somehow, you know, despite all of that, they're still confident enough to just go in with their shots, true to that one-on-one interview that they have with the Ewok.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many different waves of aggression, man. And there's so much movement in this comp. You know, it's like the Jet taking a dual tailwind, and then you've got Gate Crash, and then you've got Rendezvous, then you've got an Omen sitting on an off angle, and he's able to shrouded step out. It's like, how many layers of movement do you have in this team on the defense just to be able to disrupt the other team? You're seeing it exactly there. Motive, they want to try to get into the B site, and you've got 3 different players flying at you before you even think about planning the spike.
Just can't react to that. You just can't. And that's exactly how they win out this entire thing. Reverse sweep. Let's toss it back over to Mika and Big Time.
Yeah, we're the ones who's going to be reacting to this. And for me, my reaction is just, I feel like Motive, they really got that loss into their heads. I felt this was the complete opposite from how they were playing in map number 1. They were so fearless in map number 1, but this time around they were very cautious towards the later part of the map. You know, they did find some success in those, like, you know, aggressive B pushes, but now they felt like they were overly cautious here, Morgan.
I just think they got repeatedly burnt. I mean, I think our cast has just said it perfectly. There is layer upon layer to this SLT composition. You have the Chamber, the Yoru, the Jet, and the Omen all having ways to reposition easily, which allows them to play more aggressive. And that's what we saw. No wonder Motive had to sit back. And even when we look onto that second half as well, so repeatedly stopped when they're trying to move forward by these layers of SLT. This, comp on paper might look strange, and don't get me wrong, it looked strange to me too, but I think that they're playing it in a really wonderful way. Klaus right up at the top there. I mean, 7 first kills. This is what you want to see from your Chamber. So we know now that SLT will be locking up first place in Group Alpha, a perfect 4-0. Motive, they still have chances. We will be seeing them in the playoffs, but they will be starting in that lower bracket.
That's right. You called it out. This chamber was going to be a very, very sneaky problem, and indeed it was. It was, it was the rendezvous. It was also like everything that Klaus was doing just to be able to help like shepherd Motive around, and that's also why they lost. They lost that W. They lost all of the speediness and aggression that they had in the first map because they were so wary of this guy. So
yeah.
I think that, SLT, I love that we know how they look like when they're feeling very aggressive, right? When they're, going in on these pushes, but we also know how they look like when they're trying a little bit more of a slower pace. And guess what? It's equally as frightening. This is like shades of SPG here, Morgan. I'm feeling kind of like the same vibes here from this team.
Yeah, I like it. It's unique. And I think one big thing that I do really like about this SLT team is they seem to be well future-proofed. It won't affect them for this tournament, but let's say they do make it all the way through into Pacific. I feel like they understand the way the meta is going. We saw them abuse that Judge so consistently. We see them play the Yoru and the Chamber. I think both agents that will see a lot of play in that next patch. So I think that they're really doing their homework and they're still growing as a team. And this is a team with a lot more potential left, which is scary to say when they're sat at 4-0 in the groups. So plenty more to get excited about if you're a Korean Valorant fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've seen the absolute best. I don't think we're even near the ceiling of SLT just yet, but eager to see that in days to come. And of course, for Motive, I know that they're capable of so much more as well, but we'll see more from them in the playoffs. But for now, we are taking a quick break, and when we come back, we still got one more series to go. We've got Boom Esports and EK.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Final series of the day here at VCT Ascension Pacific. You're back on the desk with myself and Morgan, and we have Boom versus E-King. Now, of course, we have Boom locking in their spot for playoffs, and for E-King, unfortunately, they cannot qualify at all. But this is their swan song, right? This is still your say for how you're going to end your year. And of course, you want to do that on a win, even if it is up against the hungry beasts of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the E-King guys here playing for pride, trying to avoid going winless here at Ascension. I think they've shown some real bright sparks. We've seen them take maps, we've seen them go all the way to OT, but they've not managed to get that win on the board. They want to have this last game of the year end on a high, beat a team like Boom who have played such great Valorant all year, to know that in yourselves you're able to play at this level, to give you that boost of motivation moving towards 2026. Don't get me wrong, this is not where they would like to be, but ultimately they're playing here for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. For Boom Esports, of course, this is their road back to VCT Pacific. They do, of course, want to continue that year, and I'm pretty sure going back into Ascension, it was a hit to this team after everything that they've worked for. But so far, it seems as though they are prepared. We've been seeing some amazing performances, some amazing adjustments as well from the team versus how they look like in Pacific, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, they looked incredibly dominant, especially in the opening few days here. They did end up falling down to SLT Songnam, but apart from that game, I think they have looked fantastic. We've seen the core here go from strength to strength. Gotta highlight Shiro on this team. In my mind, I mean, he has been popping off, playing out of his mind, so certainly one to watch out for. For them today, they want to use this as a chance to get loose, have another game, settle into being here just a little bit more, and just ultimately get yourselves ready and in the right mindset for playoffs. If you come out here today and you get absolutely battered, it's going to be playing on your mind moving forward. They're looking to just keep consistent and keep that clock ticking over for them, if that makes sense.
Exactly. There's still a rollover of sorts going into playoffs for what happens on this match. It could be in terms of the mental. It could also reveal certain things, right? If E-King are able to actually reveal certain weaknesses on the side of Boom Esports, that's something that other teams could also be watching out for. So it is still a match that I feel like will be very, very important for Boom Esports. It's very important for Nats as well. We've been seeing a lot of good performances from him here. He is one of the newcomers into Boom, of course, we haven't seen since they had to have Famous and DOS9 take a backseat, and they have Nats and Whitecat step in. So I think this adjustment for the roster has been very good. And of course, on the side of E-King, again, this is their swan song. This is the ball is in their court for how they want to end their year. And I do want to see the best from them because, as you mentioned, Morgan, they didn't perform poorly here. They were just like, they were always very, very close, but just not quite.
I mean, that's what pains me the most. I mean, these guys have been at the top of the OCE region for years, even if they didn't quite make it into Ascension last year. This is a fan favorite team here. I think everybody was rooting for them to do well, but it wasn't meant to be. But they're playing for themselves here today. They're playing for their own pride, their own ability to try and show what they were able to do, even if it wasn't meant to be this time around. And I think I just want to see them lean into having fun in this game. There is absolutely no pressure on their shoulders. It's their very last game of the year. Just settle in and enjoy it, boys.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is also like for them to also hone in their own skills, right? They could be working for something else and look at the bigger picture. And of course, when else are you going to get the opportunity to actually go up against all of these other teams in other regions, right? Especially coming from the OS region, much love for them. But they are, they don't often get these kind of opportunities. So to go up against Boom Esports, of course, it's a big thing. This is a Pacific team this year. So to have this team that as you mentioned, has been top of the OS region for so long. This is, of course, an opportunity that they don't want to scrimp on. They want to put their best foot forward for sure.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think when we talk about putting your best foot forward, we have to talk about Kadiri. This guy has been the most impressive in my mind, to say just how young he is coming into Ascension. I feel like he's played fantastically, really showed his own potential, and he's going to want to do that again here today.
Yeah, for sure. He's there are many people who've been watching Ascension and looking at the individual performances of players, right? And that's what makes it so exciting. This tournament makes superstars. And as we're seeing the map vetoes come out, we're seeing that we're not seeing Sunset, and neither are we seeing Abyss, but we are going into Corrode first. Are you surprised by this pick?
I'm not too surprised. I feel like Boom are going to be happy with this veto because they're not going to be showing anything new. They've played all of these maps before, so even if it goes the distance, they won't have to show any surprises, any changes in composition necessarily. So I think they're going to be happy that they're keeping it very simple. Eking, I think they're also fine with this. We've seen them take wins on some of these maps, so I think that they know how to play them. It's just about letting yourself settle into the game today and really just... I keep saying it, but play for yourselves. That is by far the most important thing. They don't have to represent OCE anymore. There isn't the pressure of a whole continent on their shoulders. Right now, it's just about showing what you're capable of as individuals and as a collective.
And sometimes that's when you can discover, like, a lot of things. That's when you start playing around. That's actually when you can test yourself a little bit, and when you can discover new mannerisms and new things that you can actually do in the server. Yeah, and you get to do that on stage too. Again, it's not lands don't come every day. So this is an opportunity, of course, that they have to take they have to enjoy every single round and really take it in. For the side of Boom, of course, they are looking at this as like keeping those reps in, as we were saying, in especially like going into these maps, but they have to be aware that, of course, all of their opponents going into playoffs, they are going to be watching very carefully. So how does that balance happen, wherein you still have to play this match, you are still going with what you've practiced at scrims and everything, but at the same time you kind of don't want to reveal too much of yourself, especially if you're saving some strats for playoffs?
Yeah, I would expect them to not show anything new heading into this match. If there was ever an incentive to hide something, it would be now, right? The result of this game does not change anything for Boom. It doesn't change seeding. It changes nothing. So I don't think we're going to see them innovate here particularly. I think they're just going to lean into the styles and strategy that they've shown in the past. I mean, they've shown to be very strong in those, but I think within that framework, we're still going to see them give it their all. They're not going to be holding back in the server, that I will say. It's more holding back from, if we're playing a new map, we're playing a new composition, let's not show that just right now necessarily. But I think their mental going into this game needs to still be, hey, we want to win, we want to look dominant, so that whoever we play in playoffs knows that we're coming in hot. I think that's most important. If you're ultimately beaten by Eking, who are right down at that group, I think it shows that you are a little bit too vulnerable as you move towards playoffs.
Yeah, it's still a hit. It's still a hit regardless of what bearing this match might have on the standings, right? And as you mentioned, probably nothing too crazy. I feel like their one big reveal, like their one big season reveal for like the group stages was Shiro on the Yoru, right? So I feel like perhaps in playoffs there might be something else, but they wouldn't be doing anything crazy before that. They'll save the little plot twist for the actual stage when it happens, right?
Yeah.
So I think that here going into Eking, I think they just have to focus on themselves. I'm expecting this series to see a lot of individual plays. I want to see a lot of mechanics in the server, really, like, probably as many highlights as we had in the first series too. I think a lot of players are going to be focusing on what they can do individually here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen it already this tournament. Cast your mind back to when Eking last played against NKT. NKT were the team that were already out, that had no pressure. They could only play spoiler, but they did exactly that because you saw how they adapted to having no pressure, no stress. They just wanted to get a win here in Bangkok, and they were able to do just that. So I want Eking to do exactly that today. Just relax and enjoy the experience. You flushed up 0-4. That's so good.
Yeah, why? You gotta like these vibes, okay? There we go. This is the kind. This is the kind of energy that we want from this squad, right? They are not to be underestimated still. They have topped their region for a reason, and they have been back here again and again in Ascension for that very same reason. And right now we're seeing Boom Esports as well. I think on the side of Boom, there is a lot more pressure on them just because they are known as that Pacific team, right? And of course, bringing in Nats and Whitecat, this is still a roster that they because they have that, you know, sort of shadow around them, they still know that they have to get this roster prepped and primed for what is to come should they ascend once again.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. A poor performance from Boom here could easily shake their confidence and inspire their opponents as they move towards the playoffs. I think all you need to do from Boom today is look solid. Boom are expected to win this, so I think they just want to play a clean game of Valorant to know that they can as they head towards that playoffs. I think now would be the worst time for them to start to look worse, because that's only going to affect your mental as you had this little break before playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, the stats stay online forever. So that will be a matchup that you will always look back on, right? And right now it feels like EKing, I like this energy coming into their final match for this season. It feels like they can't hold in their laughter at this point. But hey, I love it. I want to see those smiles. What more is there to lose, right? And for Boom, I think that, you know, yeah, smiles are around, feeling good. Nats is pumped. I like the energy coming out from here too.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. That's how you have to embrace these games. If you go in feeling too heavy, it's just going to make this experience feel a lot worse. And what's more important is ultimately they still get to play an official against a formerly Pacific team. So it is a good chance just to test your own level, to test the team's level. And just ultimately, a win today will keep a little bit of hope alive for the OCE region. Pilski in particular, I know he's been crying. So I would just love to see them get a little win just to make things feel a little bit lighter at the end of that tournament.
Yeah, if you notice his background is like just a little bit darker to reflect the sadness in his soul right now. But we're starting on Corrode, and we're seeing right now Boom Esports bring out that composition that they did show versus Motive, and you also have E-Kings as well with the double duelists.
Yeah, no changes on either side here, sticking with that Yoru and Waylay combination for E-King. When we saw them play this last, they did lose to NKT, so I want to see a stronger performance coming in there. I mean, I think Kadiri we've seen play fantastically. I want to see Lou shine on this Waylay. I saw him play fantastically on the Rays, but on this Agent, I think he still needs a little bit more time, so I'd love for him to pick back up today.
Yeah, for sure. Is Lou on the Waylay away, Lou?
Way Lou.
I'm gonna let that simmer just a little bit. We're gonna toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Pilski.
Thank you very much, Mika and Vic. I'm just not even gonna.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Do I have the power?
Try it.
I'm not gonna try it. I'm not gonna throw. Look, honestly, E-King thoroughly bringing the I don't know if anyone's seen it out there, the smiling mask with holding back tears behind it, with clearly in pain. That's the vibe that I'm getting. The vibe that I'm getting from all of Oceania is a collective no to this performance so far in this tournament. But there still could be time for revenge. Why do I say revenge, Quack? Well, Boom knocked this bonkers core out of Ascension 23. And I remember playing VCT APAC and getting knocked out by an Indonesian team as well. Oceania has been inflicted blow after blow by Indonesian teams. So can we just get a bloody win for once?
Maybe. They did start off with the opening kill. Unfortunately, Minimize also going down, though. I just hope they do kind of keep it clean and fun. Good old Valorant off to the other end with the toxic screen up towards the A site.
1-for-1 to start things off. Do have the Fade gone down on the attacking side, so it's going to have to be Whitecat to make a lot of the space for the team here. E-King waiting for some kind of push in towards middle. Boom are set up here. Ikana could definitely get caught.
Oh no, Ikana. Yeah, the ghost.
Oh, no, you're starting with the oh no.
It's just, well, I can't really do the accent. Oh, nar. Oh,
that
nar.
was great.
You got the snake fight going through now, and yeah, it's just gonna continue going down. I'm sorry, Billy, it's going south. Kadiri going through to the end with a snake bite at his feet, and it's just Lou trying to bait out some shots, bait them into reloading, but he just gets shot through the smoke. He just gets shot through the smoke.
He's baited out some shots very successfully there, Quack. It's going to be the pistol going the way of Boom. Starting off quite well on the road here. Is just really a case for them to get their reps in, essentially. An inconsequential game in terms of overall standing. For anything, it's maybe a chance for Boom to get slightly more comfortable and, like, some of these Oceanic players to show that, as Big Time said, they can cut their teeth on some of the ex-Pacific boys. Maybe a little bit of an audition tape, hoping that we can get an Oceanic player back in Pacific yet again here. Please, anybody, please. Any team listening? Is anyone listening?
The please, the tone behind that voice, man. It's, oh no, I'm so sorry, Philly. Look at this. A third play. Okay, why am I even casting?
I mean, look, Kadiri. That is such a do not go to A main. It's not worth it. Yeah, little Sage Wall. I mean, I thought Boom were going to pull punches today. That's what Morgan was telling me on the desk. Look, does this wall look like you're pulling punches? Oh, okay, there you go. A little bit of mercy shown by Nuts. Thank you, mate.
What do Australians do when they're sad, Philly?
Drink copious amounts.
Oh, well.
Of
Kadiri
water,
at least trying to expel some of these toxins for now, but nope. It's flawless. Flawless for Boom.
Flawless anti-eco. Now it's time for E-King to show us what we have on their attacking side. Gun round. Anti-bonus. Fair bit built up in this one for Boom. You do see a lot of rifles still alive. For E-King, this is a comp that they've played a fair bit of. They've played a lot of this style domestically, so they've definitely got their reps. They know how to play it. So let's see a little bit of that flare. Start off this attacking side gun round. Do like the combo of the Yoru Fade on this map. Really helps you to force your way through some of these chokes. Take some of the map control.
Especially with Wayla as well, I mean... I guess that's kind of what it comes down to. The last time that E-King played this map against NKT, the first half, they ended 6-6. So that's going to be kind of my yardstick here.
Okay. Already sizing them up. Lou is tall and handsome, so he can definitely clear the yardstick. And I know Morgan was asking him to step up a little bit on this way. Let's see if he's going to put on a bit of a clinic today. Breaking down the A wall, the Sage Wall towards A is going to draw a little bit more of a rotation, a little bit of interest from Shiro as well as Nats. Boom just confirming that there are still players hanging around outside of B main for now. That is where E-King will kick off this execute.
Oh, they can take down White Cat. That could be something. Still, though, with the angle that he's holding, just deep enough for him to, send out that relay bolt. Really slows them down, and he even goes through for another minimize with a TP towards the back. Lou, though, at least going in to find the trade, but Berserks is prepared. NC Slasher on the off angle, and the Toxic Screen that just comes back online. Falls off down now.
Sure, it's been phenomenal this tournament for Boom. One of the highest rated players in the tournament. I almost feel like Berserks has slipped under the radar a little bit. His stats are also phenomenal. Speaking of the former man, trying to keep E-King pinged in, trying to take these last couple of guns away. Paranoia is going to connect, or I thought it was going to connect onto Kadiri there. Finally gets traded out. Akana barely able to keep himself alive. So both Berserks and Akana will survive at the end of that, but the result is still the same, Quack. It's more sadness, and it's a bonus one for Boom.
I'm gonna still keep my hopes up for sunny days, potentially at some point, but I mean, I think, you know, slight silver lining is at least E-King would have gotten with some ult points towards the end of that round, but alright, early timeout being called by Coach Phaedizis.
Yeah, look, I didn't mind what I saw from E-King in that last round, did a good job. Breaking down that Sage Wall, pulling the rotations. I think that the issue really lies in the fact that they were just a little bit reasonable ending towards B there. When the Haunt was dealt with, there was no real pressure on middle. There was only one player making pressure over on that A side of the map. Really felt like Boom had an inkling that they were going to end towards B there, and aggression from White Cat before the execute even gets kicked off. Really, really nice relay bolt, kind of breaks up the play, and gets enough information to allow the rest of Boom to rotate into position and kind of deal with that execute. So a nicely timed push from one of the lesser experienced members of Boom. Both Nats and White Cat starting to get more and more bedded in, which I hope this series will help them, you know, get even more comfortable, build up even more confidence as they head in towards that playoffs, because Boom will be one of those teams that is going into that upper bracket. They will be one of the top 2 seeds. So they've got a reasonable chance of getting that spot back in Pacific.
Yeah, man. Something that they are definitely hungry for. But for right now, at least, just information towards this A main area. Toxic screen, shoulder spotted. Simple shots out for Nats and Shiro, who's able to hold them all down now. Just calm down. You're not going to be able to push through it because I've got control of A main.
That is brutal way to end the round after what was attack timeout for E-King. I mean, they are just getting picked apart by a pretty standard setup there. Have the Omen to take first contact with the Outlaw, and then it's just a Sage on and off angle. And you're lining up. Omen cleans it up. There really was not much to that round. Boom did not really even look like they broke a sweat.
Slow orbs and everything, too. Similar setup for the upcoming round now. And it's an Odin this time. Full contact, though, with all the utility being sent across, and it's simply sidestepped by E-King. Dragon and Minimize able to hold it as Minimize continues to check towards the back as well with Nats from the shadows.
Yeah, punishing Boom for that aggression. Big man advantage. 3-man advantage as they head into this A side. Shiro ready to receive.
It has a slow to work off of, but still with the flashes going through now. Able to pick off the first. Slight damage onto the others as well, but unfortunately now it leaves Berserks as the last survivor. Steps across. Snake Plant, some slight damage as well. But how are you possibly going to pick this high-low apart? Gonna have to take some pristine movement. He knows they're on the other side as well. Just clears out the front end, but the side steps, the stutter steps. Kadiri and Luch just need to hold down mouse. The Haunt! Oh, no.
There.
Just kind of biding your time for it. He's hoping to at least get one, but it's not going to happen. E-King will be able to fight back.
Yeah, nicely worked. Punished both of those players inside of A main. They were ready for the Omen TP. Down into sport from Nats. Really well worked for Minimize. Forced the gate crash out. Dragon takes the next contact, and post gate crash, Minimize even re-clearing spawn there to deal with the Omen. E-King doing everything that they needed to very cleanly win themselves a gun round. But with the start that Boom has had to this defense, it's going to take a lot more of that.
Yeah, especially to break Boom's economy and for E-King to really cement a strong lead. Now it's an operator into the angle as well. Previously an outlaw. A little bit more controlled this time from Boom as well. Still though, E-King wanting to once again contest for the spot.
Oh, that is dirty from Boom.
Okay.
White Cat can't connect the shot, but you saw the Sage Wall to try to bait Dragon into a pick. That's exactly what it does. I mean, this is just reminding me of the first game that we saw from White Cat on the op. I've seen him miss a lot more op shots than he's hit, to be honest, thus far. It really feels like he's not been terribly comfortable with this weapon on the stage.
On the rifles, though, I mean, he was on one for the past 2 days. That's it. It's just gonna be the B execute coming through from E-King. Trying to do it for Australia into the site. Everyone from Boom, though, right around the corners. You've got the Odins, and they're just trying to find some chip damage, but nothing found for now.
Trying to fight in towards spawn side. There is a high-low here for Boom. Ready to receive. Slow orb. Will keep them back for the time being, but White Cat's already dived into the side quack.
He's just fearless with it. The Nightfall across as well. Trying to set the retake up to it. Just Lou left. Hops onto the spike. And into the smoke he goes. Ooh! Just finds a bullet to the face all of a sudden. This NC Slasher clicks into him. Boom will be able to secure another round.
Pretty clean looking retake. Nice attempt from E-King. Dimensional Drift clearing out all of Halls in towards spawn side. You get the Nightfall across Link. Does create enough space to get them into a post plant, but unfortunately too much pacing from Boom. You can see how heavily E-King had committed into flipping the map. Boom were aware of that, and I think they adjusted really well. You see a massive speed up on the flank. Not only from Link, but also Whitecat, you see diving in there with a shorty. And it's only after that initial pressure and contact is made that the rest of Boom opt to double peek in through the spawn smoke. Just really, really well worked. Understanding where and when to pressure at the appropriate times.
Yeah, buddy. For the fact that these two guys were the ones added to the team as well, just already performing like this, it's really, really impressive. Now off to the next round, early Odin into E-King trying to scale on up, but not able to get the gun out in time. Now E-King needing to hang back.
Gonna walk back towards A main again. Nats is up on top of this Sage wall.
Come on.
Trying to play a dirty off angle. Viper wall goes down. Blue spotted out. Will be at least a warning signal.
And doesn't even really need too much. The warning signal enough to alert the entire team to really amount up another flawless. I feel like they've had quite a few already.
I mean, it's pretty hard to get into that site when the smokes died at top mid. 2 seconds into the round. That's why Shiro's able to get such an easy 3k from Link here. This is the Omen dying, and then look at Shiro. It's just free pickings. Like the Waylay's in the open, and then multiple players just trying to swing a rifle with pistols is not going to go well. A little bit too easy for Boom.
Ya, salah nge-pick orang, Cok, dia, Cok.
Yeah, they're just chill.
Yeah. And they haven't really had to up the intensity thus far in this game at all. Different angle of approach here for Whitecat, spotted out by the Yoru, but still gets away with one unpunished.
Yeah, more success with the operator. I mean, the more that he practices with it too, could come in handy for the playoffs, but otherwise, back towards mid control. Nats is already here. He can't go through A-Link anymore.
I totally agree. I think I just want him to opt this entire series if it's not something he's been delivering with. It's great practice for him to get more and more comfortable with it on the stage. I mean, that was a great example of some good opping. Drops the first player, drops the relay bolt for safety.
Nonetheless, this time he's sprinting all the way across, trying to get an angle in towards it, but Shiro's just able to hold it all himself. The hero plays. Whitecat for the shot at the end.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Quack. They're not shooting back, mate. They're just not shooting back. Like, the Omen's 2 feet behind. That's a kill that must be traded. I don't think the Omen can see him at that distance, but this is where, like, at least one player needs to trade Shiro in the off angle here. And again, there's no smokes on the cross. There's no smokes on the cross.
Yeah, that's... I feel that, Shiro. I think both you and I, Pilly, we're gonna be quite depressed by the end of today. Straight on through. Oh, into the open. Berserks with the opening shot. Snakebite, relay bolts, toxic screens to stall. E-King hanging back. The overdrive ripped open.
Trying to go for that early set play to set up Lou for success. Just walks into the open arms of Berserks. This man is a bit underrated. Someone to definitely keep your eye on through the rest of this tournament. A little bit overshadowed by Shiro having his best tournament I've seen pretty much ever. We're just gonna knife people, are we now? Like,
what's happening? Oh no, another! And the operator now! Just Kadiri left. Oh, and he's marked by the Hans. No! That... Okay, Whitecat's actually improving with this operator, as we say.
I think we need to get banned from casting motive at EQ. I think we need to get banned from that. I think every game we've casted of theirs, we've ended up losing.
Well, we did have one where motive won, but...
Oh, they were playing each other, bro. That's why someone had to win. Remember?
Yeah,
they were playing Inking, buddy.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Nats is having fun.
It's great. They're building up some confidence on the stage here, getting their reps in. That's what you want to be seeing.
8-1 though.
Yeah, it was a good round, that. Won that A main fight, dealt with the TP behind. Gonna give this B execute another crack here. Conversion pass on through, pressure onto Berserks. Is kind of gonna get caught there. It's a good opener.
And walked onto the snakebite for a second, but Whitecat still into the site. At least now E-King able to find some legs as Kadiri and Dragon managed to find a couple of picks. Just Shiro left out from Link, and he tries to spot them through, but with a long-range shot, Kadiri puts a round back up for E-King. Let's go!
Yeah, lovely. Both of the rounds that they've won have been very well executed, very convincing. The majority of the rest of the rounds haven't been particularly close. Like, this has basically just been 10 rounds of one team stomping the other. The only rounds where E-King do win, they are really stomping Boom. So, look, a couple more of those, they pick up some confidence on the defense, then maybe we have a game on our hands, but they need to bring some more consistency.
Really quickly be able to figure out how they want to solve the problems that Boom throw at them. The operators in play from both sides this time around. Minimize, trying to spot players out from the top of middle. NC Slasher keeping him in check, though. I mean, he's very aware.
Whitecat walking up on the line. All of the utility being cleared by Berserk's beautiful jump spot to bait Ikana into that peak. That is perfection from Boom.
I'll handle this.
If we see plays like that in playoffs, now we'll know where they really got their reps in, but one way or another now, Minimize Dimensional Drift all the way over into A. He clears out the site, but the team blocked off around A main thanks to Shiro. Minimize will try to eliminate that, putting some punches all the way through. Now NC Slasher ripped apart as well. It's just Shiro on the site. He knows he's surrounded, backs himself into safe corner, still able to land a dig, but Kadiri with this kill will invest Viper's Pit. Tries to set it up and hold off for the rest of the team to get the spike down, but unfortunately he gets taken out by his counterpart. And now Berserks and Whitecat off to the automatic weapons, possibly to set up for the retake. The reload, Dragon tries to hold it safe, counter Pit into play, but corner not quite checked. Berserks able to shoot back. Finds a huge dark cover in his face though, it dissipates. Just Minimize. Possibly Shorty for Shorty. He jumps and hops across, but he's quicker on the trigger and Minimize put down into the ground.
That's rough. I mean, that was definitely a winnable round for E-King. Did have some good trades up into that A site, but Boom definitely showing their class in the XVX there. Very creative playtest, set up Whitecat. This opening pick was beautiful. You see Berserk's playing right next to him. Cleared the Prowler for him. Cleared the Haunt for him. Jump spot at the angle to set him up to get that opening pick. These are the kind of routines that Boom really needs to nail down to bed in these new players. Berserk's making Whitecat feel incredibly comfortable in the early round there.
Really a possible strong contender for playoffs. E-King's gonna continue to try though, barreling forward in towards A main. It's just Shiro here for now.
I've loved seeing how Shiro's approached playing this tournament thus far. Nightfall is going to go and hit his site. Minimize inside of middle. Does find the fade. They don't need to pull the trigger here. They don't need to rush this one. A minute 20 on the clock. Do have the man advantage. Have a little bit of control of A main here. And they've applied significant pressure to the site. Rez does come back up into the middle of the map.
Oh no, and despite being aware of the player's presence out towards middle, E-King unfortunately get eliminated around these spots. Prowler sensing most of it clear now, and it's just Dragon trying to lurk forward, but it's not coming through fruition. 2 players left on E-King's side, just Lou and Ikana. Spotting out more as well. Trying to clear out Link with the Saturate. He's able to take down the first refrax back into safety. Akana able to hold, but Shiro out from top middle finds the double at the end. And that will be the first half, ladies and gents. 10-2.
It is insane just how monstrous Shiro is now that he's off the IGL. Like, this guy's level has just hit something that I've only seen flashes of. We saw flashes of it in certain rounds or a map here or there in the last Ascension. Couple of rounds here in Pacific where we saw this guy's potential, but now I feel like you're seeing it with consistency, and it's incredibly scary for anyone who wants to take on this BME esports side.
Yeah, especially, I mean, just the way that he was playing that defense. Either way, a slight little halftime break, but don't go away, because after this, the second half of Boom and E-King resumes. And here we go again. 2-10. Boom, very much so in the lead, Pilly.
They are. Look, 2 is better than none. That's what I'm going to roll with. Positive mentality.
Yes. That's
big
good.
mid-fight here for both teams. Or not. Boom. Going to opt to fall away. They are going into a bit of a stacked B site, though. Kadiri and Minimize playing the off angles here.
Trying to work out towards it, but oh, a slight scale up from Boom in towards a mistake. Kadiri managed to skewer them with a ghost shot into a safer angle as well. He finds a third. Berserk's trying to creep across. He hears some footsteps, but Dragon able to answer in kind. Just White Cat left, and he's relatively low. Able to go in for a stutter step against it, but Minimize here to trade right back up. It's 3-10 now. A nice little pistol coming out from E-King.
Yeah, convincing win on the pistol. I mean, to be fair, every round that E-King has won have been stops, you know. Unfortunately, they're just few and far between at the moment. We need to see them play with that same momentum, play with that same fire that they're able to come up with consistently, though. That is the question. Boom on the other hand, I mean, they've just hit another level of form into this tournament. Like, it's not even necessarily the newcomers as well. I feel like all of the existing players as well are playing light years better.
For sure. We saw that with Shiro. 14 kills, 6 deaths right now, but in the current round at least, just trying to suss out as much of E-King's setups as possible. The spams across, they hear the judge. In towards Link, where Lou is able to hold the angle. A triple, nasty.
Nice and clean. 5 alive there. Every single player delivering where it was needed. I mean, it almost pains me to mention, but it's good to see them deal with the pistols cleanly because, yeah, that SLT game on Haven, like those 3 thrifties just live rent-free in my mind.
Certainly don't want to have those this time around, but upcoming round, here we go. Odin brought out by NC Slasher.
The attacking side, nonetheless, might indicate that they want to end towards this A side of the map. Hawk will spot out Ikana on top middle there. Needs to make sure he doesn't go down. Wall will be dropped here for Minimize. Completely catches Shiro off guard. Really nice play to be able to get out with the gate crash there.
Starting to feel a little bit. E-King is finding some hope. Dragon into the corner with the judge. Able to punch on through on the White Cat, but quickly jabbed back. Now Lou trying to find an answer with the cross, but has to back off into safety. Otherwise, just Boom continuing to march on up, trying to clear out corners and angles with this Odin. Nats to hold the angle while his teammate gets the spike down. Lou will answer back. Haunts to trade, but NC Slasher just needing to spray. It's not going through. Berserk's now all the way towards the back of elbow, but no util, no nothing. E-King is able to stick the defuse possibly all the way through unless Berserks can find the duels needed. Able to get one, but defuse is right there. And E-King will get away right underneath Boom's noses.
Really well worked. Nice opening to this round. Walking up behind the wall and dropping it. Gate crash to get out. Dragon going 1 for 1 there is good enough when you have a nice rotation timing onto this A site. Just a pretty no-nonsense hold to be able to close out the 3v1 there. Another good round for E-King. Slowly closing the gap on this defensive side, but a bit more scary looking of a half by. One rifle out there on Berserks and pistol shotties, quick pacing straight up short A this time.
Ooh. Oh, the Hawk suddenly reveals a lot as well. Prowler, Lou, gonna have to back off, but Dragon's still holding the angle. It gets smoked off now.
Yeah, just gonna turtle inside elbow, but got both the Waylay as well as the Yo on this A side. The rotations are looking good here for E-King.
Yeah, pretty sharp and quick with it. As soon as they find contact, you could slow them down, especially the flashes, the saturate. Minimize to hold off to a different angle. Kind of relinquishing control over the site, though. Ooh, and Lou narrowly loses his head, but able to come back and set on through. Goes in for light speed. Akana in with the Odin, just spamming all the way across, but here comes that hero rifle. Berserks able to bring the round back for Boom. It's against Minimize, and he's not able to find any secure angle onto the spike. And he fires a blind shot. Has to reload though. It's the Outlaw, and that just takes time. Time for Boone to set up the low. Minimize. Not quite the collateral, but he just clicks them one apiece.
That is ridiculous. Just blind fire through the Viper Orb there. Yeah. That's all he needed, buddy. Absolutely calculated from Oceania's one and only IGL. Always has a reputation for having good prep, for having big brain plays, but what he's brought into Ascension Bangkok is a level of form and fragging that I've never seen from him in the past. Notoriously, in the past, he was a bit of a weaker fragger, someone that would play flashy nits.
You're losing the RGs, mate!
And most importantly of all, he's got a bloody great sense of humor, this guy.
That was brilliant. You could just see Six Fingers shaking his head at the end there, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, Boom, still well and truly ahead here. Coaching staff, as you mentioned, not particularly happy with that round reaction-wise, and we can see they'll take a timeout now. Minimize trying to get the boys pumped up, trying to inspire some excellence, some energy. Let's not lose and get knocked out by an Indonesian team. I mean, they're already knocked out, to be fair, but let's not go get, beaten in our last game by an Indonesian team for the third time in a row. Nobody knocks Minimize out of the 8-pack tournament a third time in a row as an Indonesian team.
Yeah, surely not. Just get one map win. I'll feel pretty good about that. I mean,
one map? Come on, man. They've already won maps.
You
They've been competitive. Let's win a series.
Ideally,
no 0-4.
sure, but we'll start with a map win. I mean, 6-10. Not too bad for now. It's gonna be the Odin spams all across, but look at the movement from White Cat.
Yeah, pacing straight up towards top middle, hand in hand with Nats. They know that Akana's been playing there a number of times now. Dark cover, will smoke off Minimize, and Akana top mid. Lou has a crack inside of middle, but it's going to be a mid to A shove now, mid to B rather.
Oh my god. And this just makes me incredibly nervous. Boom. Suddenly when White Cat decides to go, he gets to make a go for it. The res comes over, and unfortunately not quite the angle for Minimize. Does have the drift though.
Yeah, can definitely help them align their utility on the retake. Sage Wall to disrupt that spawn angle. It's going to take a while for E-King to break through that.
Not that long when he got an Odin. Nice. Viper spit up, now invested. And that's exactly where the drift can come in handy. And especially spotting things across. If you can line them up with the Odin somehow, could be pretty good, but it's going to be Lou for now, out from Evan. Akana able to go in for some spams, but NC Slasher to keep them invested towards the back of sight. Nats just right underneath the Heaven, able to pick up the double.
Already seen how difficult it is to retake into a Sage once today. Same thing can be said when you got the pit up. You got an orb up on spawn side once you've worked your way all the way through that Sage Wall. Credit to E-King. I mean, they really tried to trade down numbers here. They did find that opening pick with the Operator. Picked Berserks on the cross there. Unfortunately, he gets picked straight back up again. And then it's a 5v5 retake.
Toxins going up.
So quick with the response.
Toxin screen down.
King set up for Boom to once again trying to show some pace into middle, trying to contest a little bit. Info play with the blind side and the TP away from Minimize. In theory, just gonna forfeit this B site. Pacing from Boom. White Cat's really going looking for him.
Sorry, so far he's got a sharp angle towards the back of it. They try to get the wallbangs in, but he's not quite connecting just yet. Prowler, blindside, and he still is able to crouch down for the kill against Minimize. He goes overdrive, and White Cat just continuing to keep E-King at an arm's length distance. Goes out from the overdrive and swaps back over to primary weapon as well. Instantly dismisses the haunt. Do they know that he's already gone across the side? Not quite. He's gone in for a third. Lou looking for his target now, but White Cat just goes in for quads. Just dragging left, up around the site, and White Cat knows that he's got his target. Trying to play hooky around, trying to play for time to lure his opponent into distance. Predator ace out with the shorty in hand. It's Whitecat bearing his fangs.
Could tell he really wanted to fight that entire round. Nightfall softens up all of E-King while he rips the overdrive, and there's no way you can contest into that. Forces them to wait out the entirety of the overdrive over on spawn side, which gives him enough time to slip through across to heaven. And that's the perfect pivot position to take out the last 3 players. Map point here for Boom. And a timeout here for E-King. The last one they'll have access to. They've got to string 6 in a row together here on their map pick to even think about securing OT. And with how easy it is for Boom to secure some of these site controls that they've been able to do, the execute's looking incredibly smooth, incredibly well drilled. It's just very hard to retake into Sage Viper from there.
It's just ridiculous. It almost feels as if the entire round, the way that it was opened up as well, it's all Whitecat. Sage, Viper, and everything just makes it that much more difficult too. E-King, I was just beginning to feel good about this second half, but then this happens.
Yeah, I mean, Boom, just way too much class to deal with right now. You've seen 2 different approaches to holding that B side of the map. Like, that's how much depth that these guys have got. In the post plant, it's not one-dimensional. Like, before they had the Sage wall on the left side with the orb, and then the pit on the right. This time they put the Sage wall across Con and fighting towards back halls with the Nightfall. Like, it's just so clean the way that they change their post plants based on what ults they have access to. It's just not something that E-King will have had to play against in officials before. Like, you don't have that level of depth consistently from teams in Oceania.
Well, here's as good a time as any to learn. Dragon out with the judge, able to fan across, but it's Nats and Shiro out from middle. The answer's back, and suddenly Lou, feeling so uncomfortable, into the corner. He gets caught. Whitecat once again opening up the site with the rest of his team, minimizing Kadiri.
Slowed up by the orb. Plant going down here for Boom. Judge in hand for Minimize. He's got a duel with Shiro on the cards.
Oh, it's just slightly smoked off as well. Minimize. He doesn't have the weapon for it. It's a Sheriff. Shiro just sidesteps every shot with ease. And now Kadiri to maybe hold for the exits. Maybe even wanting to peek back into it, but he's got to know there are so many players on the other side. Boom! Just make quick work of E-King throughout this entire map. 13-6 is the score line.
I think Whitecat's found the difference. It's the pillow. Maybe he needed that lumbar support you were talking about the other
Wait,
day. He's brought the pillow as well. There you go. The meta is starting to spread around a little bit here at Ascension Pacific Bangkok. I'm going to have to give that a crack when I head over there. Maybe that's what I need to unlock a new level. Unfortunately, for E-King, look, a couple of nice rounds here and there sprinkled in for Corrode, but there was never a point in this map where I didn't feel like Boom was going to win.
Yeah, Philly. You know what, though? I mean, they did, like you mentioned, have some pretty good rounds. When they won them, they were stomps, and they made those executions look relatively clean. But otherwise, on this map pick of theirs, they just didn't stand a chance. Boom continued to dominate, and they even had some practice reps in. You know, we talked about the operator, but onto the second half, I did not expect that speed coming through from Whitecat.
Yeah, really, really fast on the Neon, getting in on the entry. He's pretty much fulfilling the task that you'd want to see from your primary duelist. Hard entry on the attacking side, creating the space, and fragging to Boo on the defense. That disruptive force with the operator, delivering everything that Boom needed in this tournament. For me, I mean, that is the difference between them make it Pacific and potentially not. I think they're already a good enough team to do it, but if someone really pushes them in that qualifying game, and it's a whole best-of-5 series to do it, then your duelist has got to be on. So for Whitecat to get comfortable here on the Pacific Bangkok stage, then I think that could really unlock a new level for them that they might need later down the line.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more to go. Some fun moments into the entire map for sure. But as you mentioned, it's prospective talents, a lot of people that we need to keep our eyes on, because it's Shiro with the Sage, you know, and the Viper setup as well. Not to mention NC Slasher on the own, and there's just so much going on for Boom. We've got to keep our eyes on them, especially with the playoffs coming soon in a couple, well, in several days. But you know, just thinking about all the potential opponents and matchups that they could have, and for now, we're just gonna keep that at the back of our minds and toss it back over to our desk to break down this map of Corrode.
A dominant win by Boom, but hey, Morgan, towards the later half, you did see that eKing managed to get some very important rounds. They managed to build up some momentum. You had Kadiri pop off with his pop-off moment. You had Lou suddenly with a 3K and a Guardian. You had Minimize with that clutch as well. Those are those moments that I think that, you know, they really have to play for at this point, especially up against an opponent like Boom.
Yeah, those are the moments that can inspire so much confidence and hope. We know just how good eKing been, but I do have to agree with what our casters were saying. At no point in time was I particularly worried for Boom. Even with eKing managing to find much more openings than Boom were, it didn't feel like they had the caliber to be able to close them out, or oftentimes instantly traded away. I do really want to focus on White Cat. I think this guy finally settling into the tournament and looking like a very, very strong duelist. At the start, I was definitely feeling worried for these newer pickups on Boom. We saw Shiro and Berserks really stepping up to get them those wins early on in the group stage. Now it's great to see that these younger players are growing into this tournament, growing into this team as a whole, and being able to put up their own pop-up performances.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think like I was waiting for a moment like this for White Cat also, because there's been a lot of talk about all of the other duelists that have been popping off. We finally see him getting there, right? We finally get him see him actually coming into what is comfortable from him, what is his style on this role. So that was very nice to see. Some moments from Nats as well, and I think, Morgan, there's room for 2 Nats in a VCT, don't you think? And in Tier 1?
Yeah, potentially. He's going to try and do his best to make sure that he's suddenly cloned. But I do think that, yeah, I think that's the story of this game. And I think for both of these young players, this type of game is the perfect opportunity to try new things, be a little bit more loose. You know, we saw him bring up that up a lot, which I think is really nice. I agree very much with Pilsky that that's what I want to see him do in this game. Settle into that weapon a little bit, you know, just make sure that you're feeling confident on everything you're going to have to do into the playoffs. So very, very impressed by Boom there. And I think for eKing, come on guys, we can turn this around. Please give me a last hurrah, give me a final showing of some strength, man, because I'd hate for them to go out winless here.
I mean, I remember at one point in the cast, I think Pilsky was just outright sobbing. I think it was just outright sobbing at that point. But hey, no, optimism. We need that
Yes.
PMA, positive mental attitude, coming into here, because we still have one more map right after this quick break.
Step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate.
welcome back to Ascension Pacific. We are on to what could be our final map of the day, unless E-King managed to take us to a map 3. How are you feeling about that possibility, Morgan?
I'm feeling a little bit sad after map 1, I can't lie. I want to see some more, man. I want to see E-King get a win, please. I mean, I feel like seeing these players' journey, seeing how hard they've worked, seeing them, the fact they were able to get the wins over in 2023, you know, it's been such a long journey for all of these players. And I just wanted to end on a high for them, but I think Boom are looking to just crush that dream instantly. We're moving on to Boom's map pick now, so things get even more difficult for this OCE team.
No, but let's bring out some of the copium here, okay? Let's bring out a little bit more hope here for our friends in the OS region. Now, you know, with when they last met on this map, or rather when they both went on this map, I believe they both lost to SLT. Wasn't it right? And it was very, very close score. It was 11-13. So both E-King and Boom had the score line. So there is some kind of comfortability. They can take a map very, very closely. So maybe it's not going to be an overall stomp as we saw in the first map. You know, we did see some of those amazing highlights that we were talking about. So there's a little bit of encouragement there. Minimize getting pumped and all that. Help me out here, Morgan. Come on. I'm just looking at you. I'm just looking at you being so patronizing. Like, yeah, go ahead, Miko. Go ahead.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance, and I want to
There
believe.
you go.
I would love for them to come back and make this work. And you know what? You're not wrong. They've had close performances on this map. It's not all doom and gloom for them. We know that they can play really great Valorant, honestly. I feel like I have been impressed with them at times throughout this tournament, but they just have to relax. Please, just bring some good energy, bring some good moments. Win a pistol, win a bonus, treat yourselves. Just get the ball rolling in this map too.
Yeah, treat yourselves to an ace, or treat yourselves to an amazing clutch, right? Why not? Of course, we are seeing this composition from Boom, which we saw this changes all around. This took us off guard the first time they brought it out, but we know what this team is capable of. And E-King looking to be a little bit more conservative on their side.
Yeah, this is exactly what E-King ran before as well. I mean, I do feel like Minimize did do a great job on this Viper. I feel like he's a Munchkin-esque player in how he moves around the map and his aggression. I mean, we've seen it on that Yoru as well. So I want to see him have a big pop-off game. And also, like, the support players, Kadiri, Ikana, have a lot to do here in order to try and slow down what Boom are going to be bringing.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's definitely not all doom and gloom just yet. We're going to pass it over to our very own doom and gloom, Quack and Pilsky.
Wait, so...
Well, I'm definitely gloom. Like,
I guess I'm
that
doom,
much is obvious. So,
but-
yeah.
I'm just... Okay.
And now it's time for 5 big booms. Quack, take it away.
I did that once. I will not do it again. We'll see what happens, though. I mean, there's definitely a chance. Morgan said it. There's always a chance. Maybe on this map of Haven. But at the same time, I do feel like this would be a pretty good map for Whitecat to practice that operator.
Yeah, I agree. I'm hoping that they need to practice a lot of things because E-King make this map very competitive and maybe even win it. They played quite well against SLT before they lost a lot of thrifties. So if they can just clean up a few things, maybe this will be a better game for them. Mikana throws out the dart. Oh no, he's going to walk straight into the high-low. False sense of security. Dies for free. Boom with the opening man advantage, and surely that's going to force E-King to speed up a little bit.
Towards the B site. They break the trip. Spike not fully committed, so have to be cautious as to how they are going to take down the site. Shiro instantly ripped off towards a link. I got players to try to set up crossfire positions towards the back of Gong as well, but Kadiri caught around Garage. Maybe a bit of spacing for Boom to work around, but then suddenly for the mid to C plays, Spike planted towards back site as well for added safety. Dragon just to check and keep Boom inside of Garage. A bit more timing and space.
Still got a paranoia here for Dragon. Definitely wants to drop that before he dies. Another dink onto NC Slasher, chased down by Berserks.
Yeah, caught towards the back, but now you've got E-King, especially with Lu online. alert as to where White Cat is positioned, but through all that time, Berserks slips through the cracks of Garage, finds them towards the back, and sweeps up the quad kill into the defuse. This guy is already 2 points away from his ult.
Yeah, I feel like this is what I mean, you know. We've all been impressed with Shiro's level coming into this tournament. It's something that we haven't seen up until this point. Berserks has always been great, just a little bit up and down. Yeah, I think the same thing can be said about all of the players in this Boom core. They can all have pop-off moments, can all have an extremely high ceiling, but it can be up and down at times. I think at this level though, Boom, coming off the back of Pacific, the core three of the players who have that experience have just shown a consistently high level. And I think Berserks and Shiro in particular are looking very bloody scary right now.
For sure, I mean, the team play in that moment. Now it's just Eking to make some noise outside of grass, but look at the angles. Nats just going back into repeat. Why don't you make it a third? Berserk's coming through as well. Doesn't even matter at this point. The spike completely out of Eking's reach.
Sheriff in hand for Kadiri. Minimize going to try to drop his wall on somebody inside a short. Nats goes looking for more. Punished by Kadiri. Puts him back in his place for now. Gonna need a little bit more than that from Eking to make Boom pause for thought about aggressing in the mid round. Cam dealt with. Marshall will be juggled back to Minimize, so he has something to work with in this round. But no matter where they go towards Garage or B, there's going to be nothing but trips to deal with.
Perhaps breaking down the trips a little might be able to bring some rotations across. Hopefully able to sneak in somewhere, just get the spike down. But look at the positions Boom are holding.
Giving them the middle of the map, quite happy to just play off that trip.
30
White Cat
seconds left. Recalling my
sitting down in short like a little goblin with the judge, waiting for somebody to walk into his angle. Eking will be given this A site, but what can they do with it?
Spike down. Just hopefully just that. A bit of extra cash for the upcoming rounds, but soon enough, White Cat.
Go.
Ooh, alarm bot as well. He uses that to try to seize the initiative, but Kadiri's on one. And the rest of the team from Boom trying to look for angles out from heaven. Good shock dart. A lot of damage. Spotted out by Minimize though, and he does some chip damage as well. Shock dart going through, and unfortunately, he just had to choose between a rock and a hard place. Going down at the end. Still a relatively clean round for Boom.
Not too bad. I mean, lost 2 players, handful of armor.
Oh, so Judge lost.
3 rifles brought through. Yeah, Judge lost. And a Marshal. I don't think they're going to be too upset about that. But definitely got dicey there for a second. Some good shooting from Kadiri. Saw Minimize get a couple of tags over on this side, and I thought that we were going to be able to put something together. Unfortunately, Minimize takes a little bit of damage there and gets forced out by the shock dart, and from there, Kadiri feels the need to make a play over onto spawn side. They had a numbers disadvantage, and that's where you're peeking straight into an outlaw, and that's never going to go terribly well for you unarmored.
Now fully armored though.
Say control for themselves. Have dodged that dart quite nicely. Nats with shotgun in hand, as is White Cat. A lot of buckies in play here for Boom.
Ooh.
Deep down C long, deep in Garage. 2 info lines for Boom. It's going to be quite hard to deal with as we move into the later portions of this round. Shiro just sitting behind the alarm bot.
Incredibly strong positions to hold. And then for the double peek outside of Subaru as well. It's just so much information right now. The only thing that's open is B. It's not quite safe yet. Spotted out, Shiro.
Oh, leg onto Akana and walking straight into the Bucky, straight down long. I mean, if there wasn't the Bucky, it's the Sheriff headshot from Nats. Little extra style points from him. Minimize thinks he slipped the net, but he's walked straight into the open arms of Berserks.
The round's done. You're just way too low now. Walk straight into it, and it's NC Slasher onto the Guardian. A flawless sweeped up by Boom.
It's another bonus win for Boom. The same as we saw last map. It took, what, 4, 5, 6 rounds before there was even a reply from Eking over on Corrode. quite slow to start, and unfortunately nothing has really changed here. Not like there was 2 or 3 players individually in this round on E-King that thought they had a timing, thought that they were working with something, only to immediately be punished for pushing the issue too far by Boom.
No, we can't go down 0-2, Billy. Surely not. Just one map, anything. They've had some good shots so far, E-King. They minimized with a 1 HP clutch from the previous map. Kadira is pretty good on the slight pistols as well, but right now at least. Oh no, Boom are just gonna creep out of B. White Cat thought he could get away with it. Nats though to trade. Now NC Slasher as well. The lurk from Minimize not successful into Berserks and Shiro. 2 kills apiece.
Yeah, I mean, just picked apart by some aggression into middle. Only Sheriff's in hand, so not much that E-King could do to really respond in that round. Now they're going to have the rifles back up. Shiro looking pensive and optimistic. It's a scary look indeed. He's always chill. What I'd love from Shiro, though, is I feel like in this tournament he's definitely been... It's felt like he's been a bit of a motivator and maybe a little bit of a big brother to some of these younger players. Heard some from him in some of the interviews, like when he had that plus 32 or whatever it was performance, he was saying, just wait for White Cat, like this guy's a monster. He hasn't even really turned up to the tournament yet. Feel like some of these Boom players, although some of them still are incredibly young, they have so much experience now. They've got that experience even in Tier 1 over in Pacific, and they're starting to, I guess, distribute that, trickle that down to some of the younger and up-and-coming talent, so that they can kind of take on the next reigns, I suppose, depending on whatever the future is for Boom.
Yeah. That is pretty inspiring, though. Definitely, for sure, especially considering Shiro's career as well. Not too long ago, he was just the one of the younger players on Boom. But here we are. Now the IGL, now the one topping the kill feeds, and also ready to kind of mentor the upcoming generation. And at the same time, just thinking about like White Cat versus Damara, for example, in playoffs. But upcoming round, E-King off the timeout with the full buys.
Cover going out.
I think, no disrespect to White Cat, but he's going to have to up his level if he wants to win that matchup. Damara is a monster. I don't think that there's anyone who can be his equal in the duelist role in this tournament right now.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? Of course, we got a Yoru op as well. Slight awkward steps. White Cat, though. Oh, no, he's gone for the hunt this time.
That was something. That's the kind of peak that you take when you are smashing a team really hard, and you just feel like nothing could go wrong. Deservedly punished for that. I mean, wide peeking into that line, going that deep for someone turtling on stairs when you're already drone tagged is something else.
Yeah, you gotta calm down. Taps on the spike around B as well, but then to back off. E-King just trying to get into the C side, especially with the calls from the rest of the team now. The trips and cages all across, though. Let's see if Berserks can play around it, but nonetheless, not too much. Minimize. The rest of the team, they managed to hold down the angles, hold down Mouse 1 to clean and mop up the rest of the crew.
Yeah, punishing Boom a little bit for their hubris. Like, they are definitely dominating E-King for the most part here, but you can't just do anything, you feel like.
Yeah.
Neon punished in lobby for an extremely wide swing. Nice double peek onto Shiro, and from there, I mean, the round is pretty unwinnable. I mean, if he went any wider, he'd be in the bloody B site.
Why not C? we gotta put some respect on the name Minimize right here. Oh, and Lou's coming in for it.
On the name Lou. Oh man, that's a vintage peak from Lou. Starting to get himself rolling here. Drone will continue to apply pressure. Lockdown dropped by Kadiri. Boom wanting to try to cancel.
Classic play. Trying to slow it down, especially with the relay bolt. White Cat is able to slide in and maybe get the spray transfer onto the shot, but Akana makes it a trade, so Lockdown will go all the way through. Shiro manages to backpedal into safety. Tries to keep them invested or feeling uncertain around the side, especially that blind side. But in the meantime, it's Berserks having to sleep all the way through. Shots not connecting though. Akana, low HP, but still alive. Some tiny little hops here and there. A lot of noise though. And it's an operator as well, so the fact that it's a shorty shot to deal with the recon kind of makes it all too telling. Minimize, able to secure the kill. We got another round for E-King.
Yeah, posting a couple of pretty good rounds in a row. Gorgeous from Lou. You can't be even a little bit out of position sometimes against a Neon on long. You will get caught. Feel like Boom, couple of little moments where they're starting to switch off a little and they're being punished. I mean, E-King have shown some pretty good stuff on this map. Even in this tournament, they should have beaten SLT Songnam. Yes, they really let that game slip away from them, but they definitely should have beaten them. So I feel like if you can beat the team that's flawless in the group, you know, you definitely need to switch on a little bit against E-King on this map as Boom.
Yeah. I mean, that was the difference between Boom making it top seed and SLT maybe second seed.
Cutting through.
Well, I mean, that's all decided now. Pretty much only playing for pride and some entertainment factor. Shiro, mostly for the former. Sorry, mostly for the latter in this case.
Perhaps. Also just trying to make it as clean as possible, you know? But this time, it's not that. It's not that result. Minimize has managed to find a successful lurk now. And with the rest of the team cutting noise around the other side of the map. Boom getting a bit nervous. Oh!
I mean, this is what, you know, I talk about when I compare him to Munchkin sometimes, and Morgan was kind of making that comparison on the desk as well. Minimize is just... What is Lou doing, man? Like...
30 seconds left.
He is he's triggering the trip over and over and over again while the rest of the team has walked onto A. And for some reason, that's drawn full attention from Boom. It's just the Neon triggering the C trip over and over and over again has kept both Nats and Berserks on C. Kadiri crouches the lurk on front B. This would be the third in a row for E-King.
I'll tell you what,
getting more and more confident.
That is entertaining in a whole different sort of way. Really just pulling Boom around on a leash, and right now, looking for the exits at least. One donated over, Akana for now. You got 4 players left. You still could potentially hunt.
Oh, for sure. You've got plenty of money. May as well go for it. Nats and Berserk's also agents that you don't really care if you give them ult orbs. You'd rather have them on Kadiri. Dragon does have his From the Shadows as well. Last 2 guns will be taken away from Boom. An excellent round for E-King. In fact, 3 great rounds in a row. And this one wasn't, you know, courtesy of any mistakes from Boom. This is just Minimize putting on his Munchkin cosplay. Dry walk Viper all the way up A with an Outlaw. And he doesn't stop. You know, after you find the Sova in heaven, you think, oh, maybe we'll just group and, you know, 5-man somewhere. No, he just keeps walking into A.
Yeah. The best was how they played around that trip, but either way.
You have to check, man. You know, like, if you trigger the trip once, you got to check if it's there again at that point, you know?
Yeah.
Just for safety.
They pulled the rotations, but either way, trying to reel Boom in now. The coach is getting invested.
Is he? Like 6 fingers is asleep. I'm pretty sure he was looking at his notes, but he didn't look like he was taking a snooze there. I'm not gonna lie. Fields was locked in. Maybe they're taking turns, you know? It could have been a long day. He probably deep in the VODs for the playoffs. Maybe he needs a little rest. Fields could take over for a while. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure there's something to that. They're min-maxing the shifts. Okay.
For all intents and purposes, coaches, Valorant coaches do work really hard. I'm sure you can attest to that. Big Time can attest to that.
Oh, yeah,
Ewok can attest to that.
I never want to coach again. It's way too much work. It's way too much work. It's way too hard.
Stressful, the VOD reviewing, back-to-back nights.
When you lose, you have to take responsibility. When you win, you give all credit away.
To the players. But here we go. Maybe credit to E-Kings players this time. Straight into the C side through the timeout. Their own coaches get to talk with them as well. And through that, they managed to gain the angles to take down Shiro.
Cam left behind. Trying to spot out what the setup is. Did spot Lou, and he spammed to boot.
Oh, paranoid to keep them at bay as well. Meanwhile, though, I'm keeping my eyes on the Berserks. He does have the one rifle all the way towards back lines. It's White Cat now straight through with the movement. Overdrive popped, and here comes NC Slasher on the Hunter's Fury. Minimize couldn't even dodge that. It was down to the overdrive at the end, and it's a quick response coming through from Boom.
That is such an underrated combo. The Hunter's Fury in combination with the overdrive is just so oppressive. Incredibly hard to play against. Nice can to spot out Lou. White Cat with a Bucky inside of the smoke, and then you're just dancing around trying to dodge a Sova ult while a Neon slides around at you on ice skates. Very hard to deal with, and it's one of the biggest reasons why that retake on the Thrifty looks so easy for Boom.
Just ridiculous. And now we go into the next round. A collab from Shiro. Oh my goodness. Dragon able to fire back, but the cage is now up. Berserks to hang it on. TP's onto the top of the boxes, though, trying to clear out the back side. They don't see anyone trying to get the spike down, but in all that time, NC Slasher, White Cat trying to set up the flank.
Dragon tickling that spawn side. They know that the flank is compromised, so they're trying to shove into spawn, but Boomer just waiting for that.
Yeah, hanging so far back. I mean, do you want to play inside of the smoke as well? It's a little bit risky, so unfortunately, no, they will hang around the site, and that's where the flank comes through. Down to the players to play around Garage. They hold the angle. Dragon, possibly the ace. Just off to Berserks, who is very healthy. Opting to play it safe instead, and there he goes out into the open. Thanks to the Hunter's Fury, Dragon will breathe fire.
Ace for Dragon. He says, hey guys, I'm Indonesian, by the way. I'm half Indonesian as well. You guys need a smoke slayer, or like, what are we feeling?
No, he did not say that.
Oh my god, Con! Oh, you sit down, yeah?
That's
yes,
what he said.
We got one in.
Yes,
right before they went out. We got one in. Thank you, production, for leaving that in. God bless Australia.
Billy. Hey, it's not done yet. We still got 3 rounds to go in this first half, and Shiro will kick things off with the sheriff shot.
I mean, he started that last round with an opening pick as well, though. Up to E-King to try to turn this round around from a deficit. They had a lot more pace over towards C this time. This time they're going to have to, you know, use their brains a little bit more, work the map in this 4-on-5, have a pit in the post plant. Minimize spotted, lurking up behind the wall, +1. That's great information for Boom, and you could already see the rotation from Berserks as a result, although he's not buying it. Or maybe they're just that confident that both Shiro as well as NC Slasher will be able to hold this A site.
Perhaps, but especially with the dimensional drift now confirmed, and the sheriff shots, man, you still gotta watch out for those. Minimize able to eliminate more players, so at least we're back to a 3v3 with Minimize on Viper's pit.
It's a good pit. Also, the orb inside of spawn side going to make it very hard to retake. Plant going down now as Shiro applies pressure. Nats in from the flank.
That would be the power position. Able to wrap around the entire pit, but look at the spam from Akana! Swings out, guns down, and it's Nats to low HP. Any footsteps, any shot could be Dragon finding the kill. Instantly reading the Shrouded Step as well. It's up 5-5. E-King able to strike back.
The Dragon really starting to feel it now. You know, I was talking up earlier on his individual ability as a player. Mechanically, he's very, very strong. A lot of these players on E-King are. So you can really see it in some of these rounds when they're feeling it, when they're actually putting things together. Not really worrying as much about the stage pressure or about this or that. When they actually lock in and hit their ceiling, they can put together some very nice looking rounds.
Really is that chance, that potential. And he was part of that core that did get knocked out back then, so finding vengeance would be nice. Minimize, able to shoot down an unsuspecting Shiro. Nats, though, with the wall bangs.
Another 1-for-1. NC Slasher, the only player in this neck of the woods. Takes the duel with Minimize. Minimize punishes. That's a second for him in this round alone. Now you got the dark covers going in towards Heavenside. Paranoia securing control of the site, but Lu oversteps.
Now all of a sudden, the fast lane's all across. Akana able to hold it down, though. Nats inside of the cloud. Springs out at the right time, but Akana, instant reaction. Eking actually take the lead in this first half.
In this late round, Akana's really coming alive. That's what you want from your Sova player. Just to be reliable in the XVX, in some of those post plants. Minimize punishing multiple players for going aggressive there. Inside all of that chaos. It's a key 2K again on this A site from Akana. This is what I'm saying, man. I mean, Eking were definitely good enough to beat SLT on this map. You're picking it into them. Might end up regretting that to some extent, at least as far as pride goes.
Would expose some flaws for them to potentially work on through the upcoming days, perhaps.
Yeah.
The intention as well.
Maybe that's not a bad thing, you know. Maybe you do actually want to, you know, learn what's bad about your Haven before you go into the playoffs, so that you don't lose it in the playoff game. Yeah, that's Minimize again, just getting fed freebies really with the Outlaw.
It's not as tight as clean and clean as the previous map now from Boom. Eking have definitely switched on up.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it was 4 in a row. From the last 7, it's been 6-1, and we've got another man advantage. Like, Eking are kind of dominating them now.
Right. And what I'm wondering is, how many has it been through first kills from Minimize?
Yeah, I mean, he was 8-3 in opening duels on the Yoru last map when they lost. Like, he's very, very good at getting the openers.
Ridiculous. Unfortunately now punished, though. The checks out from Boom, but... Okay, mid-round time.
30 seconds left.
Let's not overthink this one. Dragon is going to stick the TP. They're going to commit to this C-Wrap. Clone does fade out the shot. He's going to reposition here.
It's NC Slasher. He's going to be able to hear all of it. Meanwhile, Kadiri's just kept in check by the trip. He's trying to make it across, but in all that time, his team has just gone to pieces. What just happened, Billy? No, this is not how it's meant to go down. It's the last round of the first half, too. Oh, and at least Kadiri finds the frag at the end, but
I mean, that's classic. That's it. It's you saw a very similar round against SLT. Do you remember the one where you had one on A and they could have gone into C for free and then they went all the way back A? Like, you saw a very similar thing where they just kind of overthink things a little bit, try to out-rotate the other team and end up pretty much tripping all over themselves, unfortunately, because that was a round that started beautifully with that opening pick for Eking. Boom finally break the dry spell as we go into the halftime break here.
into the second half. Clean slate. And it's 6-6, Philly. There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Yeah, would love to see them win a series here. King, you've already seen some good play from them throughout this tournament. You've seen it in the last, majority of the last 7 or 8 rounds. Feels like they've had full control of this game. Boom looking to seize that control back. Quick pacing into the B site. Nice open plant from Nats with the paranoia to try to deny any attempts at a retake.
And now attention on to Berserks, who is given the task of rear security. Spots out a couple of players who are trying to assert themselves through from A lobby. So information called, but also how do you really hold on to it? All the noise now for NC Slasher as he springs on through, picks up the first, the second, and actually the third. Blocked out by the smokes as well, and Eking unfortunately will not be able to set foot on site, barring Minimize, who lands a decent share of shot, but ultimately overwhelmed at the end, and that's going to be Boom to pine up the pistol.
It's a very clean pistol from Boom indeed. Just no nonsense, getting straight into the afterplant and outplaying Eking with any attempt at a rotation there. Berserks spotted in spawn, and you can see Eking are trying to beat his rotation timing. Unfortunately, they overlooked the fact that they had multiple players over on grass there. NC Slasher goes completely unchecked. Pops out at the perfect timing to try to catch them in transition, trying to take that 5-on-3 on the side.
What a position to play now with the upcoming round as well. Of course, it's Whitecat.
Very cheeky.
The corners, the angles.
Love the creativity. Absolutely love it from Dragon there. Dark cover in the little corner to try to dodge the dart. Does a whole lot of nothing. Well, we'll see. Maybe Lou goes unchecked here and gets 1.5 with the classic. Wouldn't that be something? Unfortunately, I'm looking at the drone stance from NC Slasher, and I'm thinking that's probably not happening.
Yeah, there goes Shiro with Sniper Overwatch as well. A second kill for Shiro. My goodness. Okay.
Bro, like, the Sova with the drone out looks like he's about to... He's got the, the Yu-Gi-Oh, thing on his arm. He's about to, slam down Pot of Greed. That's the vibes that you had from NC Slasher on C-Long there. Legit.
God.
You just hit him with the trap card.
It's the dual disc.
The what?
The dual disc.
The dual disc.
And he's got the life points, and he slaps on the card.
But it's not a disc. It's like a thing that goes on your arm.
I don't
Whatever,
know, man. That's what they... You just activated memories for me.
Activated the memory card. A-long control. Take it from Boom here. And that'll pull the rotation away from Minimize. They don't have the wall across B and A this time. It is the wall to help Flood retake C. So it's going to be a little harder to hold this A side of the map. Ekana given a stern warning from Shiro there.
It does invite the smoke as well. Still at least a pretty good angle to hold if there are players who try to march across. Drone to check as well.
Oh, didn't see any of them. Could have seen absolutely everyone.
Uh-oh.
Drone dealt with. They know that the Yoru is still hanging around. They've seen the Sova drone, so that's at least 2 on 8. She'll keep the rotations in place for Eking for now. As mentioned from before, they do have this really nice Viper wall and an early warning of an alarm bot deep on C long, so this C site should be a little bit more holdable than usual.
At least if Kadiri stays alive, has to back off now, especially with Whitecat's movement, and that kind of opens up the C site, but at least the rotations from Eking, fast this time, able to set themselves up turret mode on the site. Dragon off with the opening pick. Paranoia and everything then gets sent across from Boom, trying to assert control. Kadiri comes in to refill the space, but off to the back end of Link. NC Slasher just pierces through. Minimize, though, looking to send them through to the Shadow Realm. It's Shiro who finds another, but Minimize comes in to capitalize.
Yeah, nicely done. You see just how effective that Viper wall is at holding the C site. Boom really did their due diligence there. They made that round incredibly close, despite the fact that they lost Whitecat on the spam through the smoke. NC Slasher does a hell of a job. just trading out players marching up into that site. Gun round 1 really pumping the boys up now. Unfortunately, I think that was the anti-bonus and it took a lot out of them.
Still, yeah, light shields. Perhaps the judge, though.
I feel the care, though, you know, like, they want to win this game against Boom. They want to show that they had potential at this tournament, and as far as I'm concerned, they already have with their earlier games, but to be able to beat Boom at the end of the tournament, I think it would be a nice plus, you know?
Yeah. Have that one green mark on your match history.
Anyone else? True. Nice opener from Shiro, though. Wants to go against that narrative. Be up inside the B site here for Nats. Look at Devilish on this off angle, man.
It's pretty nasty. Minimize trying to stall as well. He is kept in check by his own smoke, though. Oh my god, but it just dissipates at the right time. Minimize able to find the right place. Shiro now finding a shot, and that will be the garage play coming through from Boom to get the spike down. Minimize on to Chase. Has to play careful, though. Oh, he gets it just in the nick of time.
On for the ace here. Both of these players on light armor. One off the dimensional drift here for Shiro, and he's got the outlaw primed.
And it's just such a dastardly shot. The second one connecting just as well. Shiro, how has he done this from a Sage to a Yoru?
Using the outlaw versus light armor. Something that Minimize is doing against them. A lot of these Yoru players have been doing that in this tournament. Very strong in the current meta. 4 kills. All just clicking on them with the outlaw. Easy as you'd like. And that breaks the economy of E-King. Was big momentum for them to win that last gun round. It's all completely gone now. Economy's reset. They have to consider the fact that they might have to give Boom double digits here with the dimensional drift coming into garage.
Here. Try not to give it up too easily at least, but oh, even the Bucky goes punished. And now after the back sides where everyone's marked and spotted, Lurks no longer found as Berserk's ace able to penalize more players off to the other end, trying to get the rotations through, but weapons unretrievable. Berserk's is just still there. Double cage up, they want to take him down. It's going to be Lou's attempt. In with the classic, able to make it happen, but lo and behold, Nats is an added layer.
Might even just recycle the Guardian for a Phantom. Basically only lose a Guardian and armor in this round. Incredibly clean for Boom. Good recovery after not quite converting the bonus. 2 very clean rounds in a row from there. Starting to build some economy on this attacking side. Dimensional Drift just helps them secure this round cleanly. They basically trade an ultimate for more stable money.
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to, hopefully, with the upcoming buys, needing to make them all count.
Attack timeout for E-King. Have drawn out the dimensional drift in the round previous, but I think there was still 1 or 2 odds to go on Boom. Hunter's Fury was definitely one of them that they'll have to consider. But E-King have seen them changing up the Viper wall a lot. Alternating between the wall across B and A to disrupt, as well as the diagonal wall from platform down in towards garage. That's what they opt to go for this time. Haven't really felt like a lobby contest has been as much of a point to focus on in this game thus far, so we might see both of these teams kind of adjust heading into this gun round. Really wouldn't be surprised to see a lobby fight here.
Oh no.
So it seems like E-King definitely feel like the lobby fight is worth it. And as such, they'll once again invest this Viper wall to help them try to retake C when the pressure comes in. The pit is there for Minimize. He might burn that on B, we'll see. But Boom are just going to go straight away for this C execute, which can be very strong. I want to see if they combo the From the Shadows with the Hunter's Fury and how the Hunter's Fury is used. Might be used to disrupt the retake or try to win the post plant.
Time to jump. Well, they're just gonna waltz into sight for now, not seeing too much, so hanging back at least. NC Slasher gives the team the option for Hunter's Fury, but into the sight now. Minimize quickly noted.
pushed away. Doesn't get the pin down. Open plant here for Boom, and it's already being pinged. Watch the positioning of NC Slasher here. Berserk still hanging around in spawn side. Goes unchecked. Mural Theft gets ripped as well.
And that's extra information now. Lou knows he's got no other choice but to regroup with the rest of his team. And that's when White Cat goes in for taps! You gotta be kidding me! The Sword of Revealing Light! Shiro is here to place more cards down in the deck! And unfortunately, E-King not able to play at all!
Yeah, really clean gun round there for Boom. Got into the C site, scot-free. We're well aware that Minimize was trying to turn some tricks around side that Viper wall. Berserk's turtling in spawn gives them all the information that they need to hunt down E-King before they can even think about any hopes of a retake here.
Let's go.
Boom on the precipice of a pretty clean 2-0 here today. Things were close in the first half. There was some good momentum in the middle of this match from E-King, but it feels like it's starting to fall by the wayside now.
Yeah, it's definitely slipping out of their grasp, and ooh, now looking for a quick execute. They know they don't have the firepower to withstand it. Oh, Kadiri though, what a warning shot.
Yeah, Boom gonna take heed with that. Just juggling the gun away.
I didn't know White Cat could juggle.
Yeah, it's one of his many talents, you know. Just thinking of him with his little paws juggle around like little cotton balls or something like that.
Fantastic. Well, either way, it's going to be a nice blue flashing ball all the way towards the back of sight, keeping E-King invested.
I'm just trying to make myself smile at this point, Quack, okay? It's been a tough series to watch, buddy.
Likewise. Throughout the whole day for me, actually. But, no, jokes aside, for real, this is fantastic, careful work coming through from Boom. I mean, they did kind of let things go off through the first half, but this is a fantastic recovery now on their attacking side. Overdrive all the way through just to secure the kills, secure the round, the snap on towards Akana. Unfortunately feels completely threatened now. Dragon just right on through with the trip. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds
Like
left.
the backside, White Cat still really looking for this duel with Akana. Does catch him off guard. He's on for the ace now.
Yeah, another out point. Why not? Look at them carefully ring around the Rosie. You got Berserks as well. A tap onto the spike. Dragon knows he's got the angle, but health not quite there. It's a simple wall bang penetrated through from Berserks. And that puts us up to, unfortunately, what will be map and series point.
Yeah, unfortunately, already eliminated from the tournament. E-King may just get the wooden spoon prize at this point. Sure. Yeah, look it up. It's Aussieism. Basically means that you didn't win a single game. You just got the wooden spoon.
Artisanal wooden spoons are nice. I'll take those. Well, last attempt. It's gonna be the operator from Lou who shoots the drone.
Yeah. Boom, prepping themselves for the site hit here. E-King flushed out by a Hunter's Fury and some quick pacing from White Cat. TP into the back of the site to set things up here for Nats. Do have the paranoia. There's the lockdown to retake for E-King.
Oh my goodness, but look at this Boom. Just pushing straight into the lockdown. They knew they had Berserks planted as a sleeper agent around the back end, but Kadiri holds it all down. A quick triple found and still some hope left. Two players from Boom, one tucked inside the smoke. Already slaying down the main protagonist from the other side, and all of a sudden it's just Lou left on for the overdrive, trying to look for his opponents, but slipping in and out of dark covers. Boom will take this series 2-0.
Just brutal. That round, in a nutshell, is a bit of a metaphor for this entire Ascension run here for E-King, unfortunately. Lockdown goes down in Garage, and it's a beautiful paranoia and a nice 3K, but they still don't get the round across the line. There is just too much talent, too much class here at Ascension, and unfortunately, E-King did not step up to the level that was needed to topple some of these opponents consistently enough. There was flashes of it. There was some very nice rounds. Definitely could have even beaten SLT Songnam, who goes flawless in the group. as the team that did not get a win in the group. Unfortunately here, Boom showing their class as one of the Pacific representatives, looking to re-qualify. They earn themselves a spot in the upper bracket. Looking forward to the playoffs now for the Indonesian team with some new additions.
It's lovely. I gotta do it, Billy. Boom, 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 boom. 5 big booms for the team that made it through the groups with 3 wins, 1 loss. It was a little bit messy in this first half on Haven, but it definitely can see. You mentioned the improvements all throughout, the consistency brought back towards at the end, looking almost losable in that final round as well, but they just managed to control it, man. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, there was a good streak of rounds in this game for E-King, but outside of that, it was pretty one-sidedly going the way of Boom. Felt like E-King were really working them on that attacking side, and they've shown flashes of that in some of their other games as well. When they get on a roll, when things are flowing well for this team, you see flashes of brilliance, but just not consistently enough. Saw a little bit of everything. Saw Lou playing with the trip. You saw some good util combos, some ult combos from the boys over on Boom. You saw White Cat bet himself into a little bit more opping. Although I have to say, I feel like Shiro is probably looking like the better of the 2 oppers in this Boom squad right now.
Especially if he's playing the Yoru, depending on the map for sure, but otherwise still, you mentioned it, you know, White Cat, Shiro, but I think NC Slasher Berserks as well, deserving quite a nice shout out too.
Yeah, I think the core of this team coming down from Pacific to try to re-qualify is looking very focused. They're looking like they're playing very, well, either they're playing very near their ceiling, or maybe the level of competition is just lower, and the reality is that after cutting their teeth against some of the best in Pacific, which means the very best in the world, because our region is just so competitive that the caliber of these players, it has raised, even from the last Ascension, after a year in Pacific, improving some tough lessons learned, an immense group stage run, and then a lot of disappointment outside of that, despite playing extremely well. Like, this is a team that, even in their losses in stage 2, Boom, we were saying on the desk, like, these guys are playing very well. They're just playing some very, very good teams, you know? So I think for Boom, in with a good shout to re-qualify into Pacific, really the only question is just how good some of their rookies can play when the pressure is on, because I think the core is really solid, man.
I couldn't agree more. Not just solid. You've got the improvements coming through as well. Agent pool somewhat expanded. They're trying on different things, different compositions. Definitely want to keep your eyes on this Indonesian squad, looking to claw their way back into Ascension. For now, though, to toss it back over to the desk with Mika and Big Time.
Thank you very much to Quack and Pilski. And yes, there you have it, 2-0 in favor of Boom. I think we really saw the experience, the veterancy, and the whole year of the run at VCT Pacific really come out here. It doesn't even feel like they really broke into a sweat here versus Seeking. Yes, it got a little bit close on that second map, but in the end, they managed to rev it up and decide, you know what, let's close this out. And you really saw it when they decided to do that they really locked in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. At that change for the half, you could see that Boom really put their foot on the gas. We saw a perfect 7 out of 7 post-plants, which is kind of what we would expect in this matchup. The E-King composition has a little bit less util to get yourself back into the side there, and Boom just understood how to play this matchup so well, and very, very impressed with them. This is exactly how they needed this game to go. They'll be feeling more confident than ever now as they move towards the playoffs, and they've just sent a message out to their opponents that even when the pressure isn't there, they can still look incredibly clean.
You know, something that Pilski was saying, that this roster, this core of Boom Esports, right, they have gone up against the best in the world, the absolute best in the world, you know, in Pacific. And now bringing in White Cat, bringing in Nats also, it really actually enriches also the teams here in Ascension, because they're bringing all of that experience, all of that grind in Pacific down here to Ascension, and all of these teams get to see what it actually takes to be on the level of Boom. And even for like players like White Cat, who here gets the MVP, you can see his steady improvement because he is actually put through that same kind of, you know, he's put through that same kind of grind that Boom Esports also went through, and now they're guiding him to it, which actually makes him very lucky. He actually has, you know, 3 other players who are basically guiding him. This is what we had to do, and this is what we expect from you because we already went through that.
Yeah, it's massive for White Cat. I mean, you can see how he's grown throughout this tournament already, and there's no better situation for a young player than to be surrounded by so many players who have been around playing this game at the top level for a long time and fresh off a year in that Pacific League. So I think they're able to distill a lot of that knowledge and information down to White Cat, and it's able to let him improve at rates that we don't normally see. He's looking scarier and scarier, and at exactly the right time as we move towards playoffs.
Yeah, we were talking about the ceiling of Boom, and potentially for the other 3, perhaps they've reached it, but they still have 2 more that have not. So going into playoffs, we're seeing that Group Alpha is already locked. You have SLT, Boom, MTV in that order. So we're seeing that Motive, fortunately, it has locked into the lower bracket, which means they have to fight for their lives. And over to tomorrow's schedule, we will be locking in Group Omega. Full Sense versus Riddle Order up first, and Nongshim and Velocity next. Now that second match is really, really scary. It has a lot of bearings going into playoffs.
Yeah, I'm so hyped for this match. And I think I'm especially hyped because going into this tournament, people would have told you, oh, that's going to be a one-sided stomp. You know, very clearly people were sleeping on Velocity and then overrating Nongshim at the same time. Now I think it's entirely the other way around. I think everybody's feeling good about Velocity heading into this game. And if they win, they also move forward with a flawless group stage, which is just incredibly exciting for all of South Asia.
Yeah, no, I'll admit, I was one of those people that was like, okay, well, Velocity, you know, they're probably going to be over here. And I am incredibly impressed with just how they're able to prove me wrong, and they're able to prove me wrong constantly. It's not just with one series. It's not just with one map. It's actually been every single match that they've been playing here on out. So I'm excited to see them succeed. And, you know, and you bring up Nongshim, that's also a big question mark, right? They were the team that everybody expected to win this. And now they still have a bit of a struggle, a bit of a climb ahead of them. And, you know, it's still a climb here in how they're going to end the group stage. Imagine what it's going to be as we head into playoffs. It's going to get really, really bloody. So I'm excited to see all of that. Of course, a thank you so much to all of our sponsors, to Acer Predator, to Intel, to Zowie, Imperial World, TT Racing, and to Syndom for making this all possible, because this, we keep saying it over and over again, because that's the big news in this tournament. This is the closest Ascension yet, Morgan.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the closest Ascension, and it's also the most open. We have 2 slots up for grabs now, and honestly, I could see any of our 6 remaining teams grabbing one of them. Like,
that's right.
It's so close to the call, and that's what makes this tournament just so wonderful. Truly, probably the best we have in the whole calendar year. So we have more Valorant action tomorrow, and then of course it's a playoff stage you do not want to miss.
Absolutely. Well, that is it from us here on the desk. We will see you guys tomorrow for the conclusion of Group Omega and more Valorant action. See you guys.
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes?